Imagine the room around you growing quiet, as if the air itself wants to listen. Picture the lights dimming until only a soft glow remains. Now lift your gaze beyond clouds and continents. See the planet not as a map, but as a single shape in a wide, black sky. The world is a lantern of ice. There are no blue oceans, no green forests, no tan deserts. Only white. White on mountains. White on seas. White wrapped around the equator like a bandage of light. The sun is there, thin and pale, but its warmth seems to slide off the surface like rain on glass. Earth, the living world, looks like a perfect mirror. It should not be possible. How does a planet that breathes, a planet of oceans and storms and life, turn into a frozen globe? How does motion fall quiet? Where do the waves go? You would expect the sun to argue with the ice and win. You would expect brightness to soften, melt, and drip. But this world refuses. It reflects. It stays hard and bright, like a thought that won't let go. From this height, you can't hear anything. But if sound could travel through vacuum, you would hear a deep hush. The kind of silence you hear after snowfall, only larger, big enough to circle the planet. You would see faint lines where ancient glaciers crawl, inch by inch, across continents. You would notice a subtle gleam at the edge of every curve, where ice meets light. You would watch daylight move, and nothing else. Now, shift closer. Slide down through the darkness and the thin air. Drop past clouds that have lost their softness, past winds that no longer carry rain. Feel the temperature sink as you fall. What used to be a storm is now a sheet. What used to be a coastline is now a cliff of ice. The surface shines with tiny prisms, each one a frozen piece of sun. It dazzles and denies. Look long enough and you stop thinking about color. You begin to think in brightness and shadow, in quiet and more quiet. A living planet should fight back. Warmth should gather somewhere. The ocean should keep its pulse, but the ocean is sealed away. The forests, if there were forests, are gone. The rivers lie silent under plates of frozen water that could hold the weight of mountains. If this is Earth, where has the breath gone? Where's the fog over morning lakes? Where are the bird shadows on afternoon fields? Where is the blue? There are answers, but they speak in the language of long time. They live in small tilts and subtle wobbles, in the stretch of an orbit that is not quite a circle. They live in the brightness of snow and the chemistry of stone. They live in feedbacks, the kind that begin as whispers and end as weather, the kind that take a patient planet and teach it to do one thing very, very well: stay cold. If you listen closely, though, there is a hint of motion. It is not the crash of waves or the rush of wind. It is a low groan, like a door in a deep house, opening very slowly. It comes from beneath the ice, from a place you cannot see yet. And it asks a simple question that sounds like a riddle. How can something move when everything is frozen? To understand a freeze this complete, you cannot stay above it. You have to come down. You have to place your feet on the white and feel the weight of the air. You have to let the glare fill your eyes until the world becomes shape and shine. You have to stand where the ocean should be and hear the silence where surf should sing. Tonight we will. We will step from the black of space onto the pale stillness of shore. We will walk across a coastline without waves. We will kneel and press our hand to the ice and wait for the faintest tremor to answer back. We will learn how a living planet can become a mirror and why that mirror did not break. Hold the image of the white sphere in your mind. Hold the thin sun above it. Now follow that low sound. Follow the line where land meets frozen sea. To understand the freeze, we must stand upon it. Picture a beach with no tide. The sand is locked in a glaze, hard as stone. The horizon is a sheet of white, and the ocean is not water, but a flat shining plate that runs to the end of sight. You step onto it the way you would step onto a marble floor, careful at first, then amazed at the firmness. Beneath your boots, the world is a single piece. No foam, no ripple, just a surface that remembers every breath of wind as a faint, long scratch. Lean down. The ice is not smooth, like glass. It is crossed by lines and ridges, as if the sea tried for a moment to move, and then changed its mind. In some places, the ice piles up in ridges as high as houses, frozen waves that rose and then were pinned in place. You can press your ear to the surface. At first you hear nothing, then the faintest murmur. Not a voice, not a song, a distant, shifting tone, as if something deep below is turning in its sleep. If the seas are frozen, what could be moving? The surface is locked. The air is cold and dry. Snow squeaks under every step and does not melt where your hand rests. Yet the ocean is more than its skin. Under this white lid, there is darkness and pressure. Salt water is heavy. It remembers the pull of the moon even when it hides. Tides do not stop because you cannot see them. They press and release against the under-ice ceiling, lifting and lowering the world by inches, over years, over centuries. That push carves slow chambers and corridors. It writes a hidden map under your feet. There are other movers, too. Where continents meet, the crust sighs. Heat rises from fractures in the sea floor, black smokers, warm springs in the coldest house. Around them, water cannot quite freeze. It waits in pockets and plumes, a quiet refuge kept open by the breath of the planet. In those pockets, salts gather. Brine thickens. Brine resists. It snakes along the under-ice roof like ink in clear oil, drilling tiny channels, the veins of a sealed ocean. Imagine following one of those veins. You would have to crawl through dark that has never met noon. Your light would catch on ice like blue glass. You would taste metal and salt. Every sound would feel close, as if the world were listening back. Here, the sea is a library of slowness. Water moves but softly. It trades heat with rock. It trades chemicals with vents. It keeps time not with storms, but with the shrug of tectonic plates and the tremor of faraway quakes. And yet this quiet is not empty. At the base of those vents, life clings. Simple life, small life, but alive. It feeds not on sunlight, which cannot reach this deep, but on chemistry, on minerals rising hot from inside the earth. It is a bargain written without light, a way to keep going when the sky offers nothing. Think of it as a campfire under the floor, where tiny guests press their hands toward warmth you cannot feel from above. Stand again on the surface. The wind dry scratches the ice with dust, blown from far deserts of frozen silt. The sky is pale. The sun looks close. And yet this world will not warm. You can walk for hours and meet no open water. The shore without waves stretches into a shore without end. You begin to feel how a planet can forget the sound of surf. You begin to understand that stillness is not the same as peace. It is a kind of tension held by a million small balances between weight and lift, between salt and fresh, between rock and water, and the slow, patient heat of the earth. The paradox grows sharper. If the seas are locked, if the air is thin and dry, why doesn't The sun melt a crack. Why doesn't noon carve a stripe of dark across the white? Why does light seem to bounce away, as if the world has turned its back? You can feel the answer on your face as you squint. The surface is too bright. It sends most of the warmth back into space, and the warmth that does land is stolen by the thin air and the hungry ice. The planet reflects, and in reflecting, it keeps the cold. But this is not the whole answer. There is more to tell. The sky's breath has changed. The amount of the gases that trap heat, the ones that wrap the world in a thin protective blanket, has slipped low. Stone has eaten air. Mountains have weathered and locked carbon in rock. Continents have drifted and opened wounds where volcanoes whisper instead of roar. What the sun gives, the planet no longer keeps. Kneel once more. The groan you heard earlier returns, low, slow, patient. It tells you that the freeze is not simple. It tells you there is motion in dark places. It tells you that to understand why the sun fails, you cannot only look down. You must also look up. Look at the path the Earth takes around the star. Look at the angle of the planet's lean. Look at the mirror-bright skin it wears. Begin with orbit. Begin with tilt. Begin with a balance so delicate that a little push can decide the weather of a world. Stand. Fill your lungs with cold air that barely holds moisture. The light is harsh, but your eyes are adjusting. Ahead, the white shines. Above, the sun waits. And in the space between them hangs a question. How can light fall all day and fail to thaw even one shore? We go to meet that question. We walk toward the glare, and we listen as the sky answers in very small ways. The sun could not melt. Why? We begin with the path the world traces and the way it leans into light. Picture noon without warmth. The sun stands high, but the light feels thin, the way it feels on a winter day when the air is clear and sharp. It spreads across the ice in a blinding sheet. You can see every crystal flash, every ridge glitter, but you cannot feel heat on your skin. The light seems to slide off the world and back into space, as if refused. It is a strange thing. Brightness without softening, day without comfort. Why did sunlight fail when it never stopped shining? The answer begins with a mirror. Fresh snow and hard ice are brilliant. They reflect most of the light that falls on them. Scientists call this albedo. You don't need the word to feel the effect. You can sense it with closed eyes. The world is too bright to warm. Imagine wearing a white cloak under a weak sun. You would shine, but you would not heat. The planet wears that cloak from pole to pole. There is more. The air above you is thin in the way that matters most. The invisible gases that trap heat near the surface, holding some of the sun's gift the way a blanket holds body warmth, have been drawn down. Over long ages, rock has stolen carbon from the sky. Rain mixed with air made a gentle acid and wore mountains into minerals that locked the carbon away. Volcanoes, which can return that carbon to the air, are quieter than usual, or too few in the right places. Less blanket, more cold. Now look at the angle of the light. Even at noon the sun sits lower, and its rays skim instead of strike. That angle matters on a bright world. Shallow light reflects more. The planet acts like a perfect shield, bouncing warmth away. The little that penetrates the skin of ice has to fight through layers of cold, and then through air that will not keep it. A little warmth is not enough when the mirror is this large. There are rhythms at work, too. The earth does not travel in a perfect circle. It leans as it spins. It wobbles as it leans. These slow motions change how much light reaches different parts of the world in different seasons. At times, summers in some places grow just a little cooler. Snow that should melt hangs on. The next winter arrives before the last winter has fully left. The small leftovers build. Year after year, a little more snow survives the thaw. Decade after decade, that leftover becomes a habit. A habit becomes a rule. A rule becomes a world. You might ask about myths. Some say the sun dimmed, that the star itself pulled a veil. But the star is steady on these scales. Others imagine a dust-thick sky blocking light. At moments, volcanic haze did spread and shadow the day, but haze alone cannot hold an ice age for millions of years. It is not one cause. It is the choir, the mirror, the thin air, the tilt, the wobble, the path, the continents placed where weather can grow cruel. It all sings the same note. Cold, cold, cold. There are softer, stranger ideas, too. Some picture the seas themselves changing, becoming layered so deep and still that heat cannot climb. Some imagine brines tricking physics, staying liquid while everything else freezes. Some whisper that life, small as it was, played a part, drawing down gases, painting the sky thinner little by little until the cold took hold. In a way, all of them could be true, each a finger on the same scale. Think of feedbacks as loops you can feel. Add a little ice and the world brightens. Brighten the world and it cools. Cool the world and more ice grows. The loop tightens, like walking downhill and feeling your feet want to run. It is the same with the air. Lower the greenhouse blanket a little, and the world chills. In that chill, the oceans swallow more of the gases that used to warm the sky. The blanket thins further. The cold deepens, downhill again. And yet even here, the opposite is also possible. Add the smallest patch of dark, rock or dust or open water, and light meets something it can warm. Warm that patch, and it grows. Grow that patch, and it warms the air above it. In time, the air holds more moisture, and clouds change where they form and how they move. The loop loosens. The slope flattens. A path back appears, but only when enough darkness gathers in the right places for long enough to matter. Stand again in the white noon and squint until the light fades to a soft blur. The sun did not stop shining. The planet simply stopped receiving. It became a mirror, and mirrors do not keep what they are given. It became a house with thin walls, and houses like that do not hold heat. It leaned in a way that turned summer feeble. It walked a path that made winters exacting and long. Small things made a great thing, and the great thing made more of itself. If sunlight could not melt this bright skin by itself, what could? Where does the first dark patch come from when the world is wrapped as tightly as this? What small change can break a large habit? To answer, you have to think about balance the way the planet does, not in moments, but in moves, not in a day, but in the sum of days. Watch the river of air above you meet the slow engine of the sea below. Watch them trade heat and cold, salt and fresh, cloud and clear. Watch tiny differences become long trends. When balance breaks, it rarely shouts. It stacks. We will follow that stack. We will watch rivers thin, clouds clear, winds sharpen. We will count the small stones that together tip a mountain, and we will listen for the moment when two great partners The ocean and the air decide the same way at once. Close your eyes and feel a slope under your feet. Not a steep slope, a gentle one. Now take one slow step. Nothing changes. Take another. Still safe. This is how balance breaks on a planet. Not with a cliff and a scream, but with 100 small steps that feel harmless, until moving forward is the only thing your legs know how to do. Open your eyes to a river growing thin. In spring, the meltwater should swell it. In summer, it should run full and brown. But the snow that feeds it lingers now in a different way. The air is colder, drier. Clouds pass high and offer little. The river does not crash against its banks. It threads the plain like a ribbon pulled tight. Downstream, a wetland sags, reeds bow, fish wait in deeper holes. The land remembers a time when water was generous and finds that memory harder to keep. Look up. The sky has been empty for days. No thick, low blankets of cloud to catch the night's heat. Stars burn sharp, even at the edge of evening. Without cloud cover, warmth that gathers in daylight bleeds away after the sun sets. Morning arrives brittle. Frost holds longer. Each dawn begins closer to winter than the last. You can feel a pattern setting in, the kind that mothers pass to daughters as advice. Plant later, harvest earlier, mend better, store more. Wind sharpens too. With less moisture in the air, storms lose their soft edges. The wind no longer carries rain so much as it carries dust. It shoots straight across plains that used to be wet, brushing the ground dry. It scours, it polishes. It lifts fine grains and sends them far, to fall on ice like faint tan snow. That dust darkens the white by a whisper. The whisper will matter, but not yet, not alone. Now listen for slower voices. The ocean is speaking to the air. In the cold, the top of the sea grows denser and heavier. Water drinks in more of the gases the sky offers. Carbon dioxide sinks into the deep like a coin dropped into a well. The blanket above thins even more. The air feels clearer, which is beautiful for stargazing and cruel for keeping warm. The ocean, in this way, helps the land grow colder. The partners agree, and the slope under your feet tilts another degree. On the continent's mountains weather. It is a quiet job. Rain, scant as it is, still falls sometimes. It carries a little bite, a mix of air and water that eats rock grain by grain. The elements the rock surrenders wash to the sea, where they help lock more carbon in stone. Each grain taken from a mountain is a breath taken from the sky. Over centuries, the mountain lowers and the air thins. Two changes that feel unrelated, until winter notices that it has fewer reasons to leave. Continents wander as well. Land can drift across latitudes where snow is easier to keep. A high plateau can lift a region into colder air. A narrow sea can open and change currents that once brought gentle warmth to a coast. These moves are not dramatic when you watch for a year, or even a century. But if you pull the camera back, the choreography is clear. The pieces settle into a shape that encourages ice and discourages melt. Feedbacks tighten. Ice spreads. Spreading ice reflects more light. Reflected light cools the air. Cooled air invites more ice. Rivers that once led melt to the sea, now carry cold to the sea. The sea returns the favor by swallowing more of the gases that would have kept nights softer. Nights return the favor by giving back too much of each day's little warmth. The partners nod to each other again, another step downhill. You might ask, could this run the other way? It can, and it will, but only when the loops loosen. A darker surface must widen somewhere. A stronger breath must rise from volcanoes to thicken the sky. A dusting must spread across enough white to let the sun get a grip. Until then, the rules of the bright world hold. Each small change is another small push. Each small push makes the next one easier. Walk along the thin river to a bend where the bank breaks cleanly and shows a cut of earth. You can read it like a book of seasons. There are layers that speak of wet years and dry years, of floods and rests. Now the topmost layer is pale and tight. The story it tells is one of stingy summers and long winters. The animals that passed this way left fewer tracks. The grass set fewer seeds. The language of the land has changed tense, from plenty to patience. Stand on a hill and face the wind. It smells of far places because it no longer carries much from near ones. No flowers, little soil. The dust it lifts today may fall on ice tomorrow, a long way from here. And that dust, small as it is, will matter more up there than it does down here. It will lay a fine veil over brightness. It will teach the mirror to absorb a little. A little can grow. Above you, the sky doesn't argue. It simply does what the air and sea agree to do. Together they decide whether this will be a world of drip and thaw or a world of squeak snow and shine. They are leaning the same direction now. Lean with them for a moment. Feel how easy it is to keep going once you start. How natural it seems to say, just one more step. This is how a living planet becomes a frozen mirror, not with a single shove, but with a procession of nods. In the distance, a low sound rolls across the ice. It is the sea, pressing its shoulder against the under-ice ceiling. It is the wind, rubbing the white with dust. It is the air, thinned and clear, letting heat slip away as if through open fingers. Small things, doing their work without drama. Together, enough. We are close to the heart of the trap now. The brilliance that keeps the cold. The mirror that refuses the sun. To see it clearly, we have to step into that brightness and watch what light does when it meets a planet that shines too well. We have to watch sunlight turn around. We have to watch the ocean and the air make the same choice again. Lean forward. The white ahead is about to explain itself. Imagine standing on a ridge where the world turns to light. The ground under your boots is hard and white, scored with fine lines that catch the sun like tiny mirrors. The air is thin and dry, the kind of cold that doesn't bite, but empties. Across the plain, noon lies down and scatters, bright as powdered glass. Your eyes water. Your breath makes no cloud. The planet shines so fiercely that warmth seems to bounce away, as if the world has decided to refuse the very thing that could soften it. Now tilt your head and let the glare blur. Hear it instead of seeing it. Hear the weight of light with nowhere to go. Every snowflake is a little shield. Every frozen ripple is a polished plate. This whiteness does more than show itself. It sends the sun back. Scientists give the mirror a name, albedo. You do not need the word to feel the rule. The whiter the skin, the less it keeps. The less it keeps, the colder it grows. The colder it grows, the whiter it becomes. A loop closes like a hand. Picture a cloth in your hands. One is black, one is white. Lay both in the sun. The dark one warms your fingertips. The pale one stays cool. Now stretch that simple trick across continents and oceans. A fresh snowfield, draped over rock. A lid of ice set upon the sea. A bright belt at the equator where blue water used to drink the day. The world trades color for sheen, and sheen for cold. You may ask, how does brightness become a weapon? It happens in small ways at first. A winter lasts a few days longer than it should. A spring thaw leaves a film of snow on the north slopes. That film reflects more light, so summer loses a breath of heat. The next winter begins from a colder start. The film becomes a sheet. The sheet becomes a field. The field becomes a plain that reaches the horizon. Each season writes a slightly brighter letter, and a patient planet reads all of them. Other voices whisper into the same loop. The sky's thin blanket loosens. Air that once held heat like a quilt now lakes it like a sieve. Carbon is missing from that blanket because stone has taken it. Mountains eating breath. Rain washing the meal to the sea. Minerals locking the warmth away as they grow. Volcanoes, those dark lungs of the deep, might be quieter here, or busy in places where their breath does not matter as much. A planet can be loud or quiet in the wrong places and end with the same result. A colder sky over a whiter world. Angle matters, too. Even at noon, the sun rides lower on a bright earth. The rays skim the shell instead of striking it. Low light glances off more sharply. It has less time to soak into the surface. You can feel this with your skin in winter, how a clear day still seems distant. Now give the planet a white mirror to hold, and the distance deepens. Light becomes day without heat. Not everyone tells the same story. Some people imagine the sun dimming behind a cosmic veil, a quieter star making a quieter world. The star is not so fickle on these scales. Others picture heaven filled with ash for centuries upon centuries, but haze alone cannot parent an icebound globe. There are fringe whispers, too. Celestial dust, a pass through a cloud that hid the sun. An invisible screen in the sky. They are poems more than proofs. The plain answer is more patient and more powerful. A mirror that grew itself, a blanket that thinned, an orbit and a tilt that nudged season by season toward white. You can test the rule in your head. Add a patch of dark somewhere, bare rock on a ridge, a smear of dust along a crusted lake, a lead of open water in sea ice. Watch light land and stay for once. Heat the patch a little. It grows. The growing patch warms air that hugs it. Warmer, air carries more moisture. Clouds change, and with them, the path of sunlight shifts. The loop can open as quietly as it closed. But first it must find a foothold in a country of glare. Walk down the ridge and let your boots squeak on the crust. The sound is small but sharp. It belongs to a world where even noise feels bright. Think about every traveler who crossed such a sheet and thought, this cannot be the whole planet. Somewhere a coast must sing. Somewhere a dark river must crack the white. Yet the coast is pinned. The rivers are sealed. A bright earth holds its rule because its surface and sky agree to hold it. Can a planet freeze because it is too shiny to warm? The answer is yes, and you can feel that answer in the ache behind your eyes from looking too long. The mirror is not a symbol. It is an engine. It turns sunlight around. It builds itself as it runs. It makes summer weaker and winter easier. It teaches the world to wear white and then rewards it for doing so. But where did the first patch of white come from? The seed the loop needed? What moved the first edge of snow beyond the reach of an ordinary thaw? To learn that, you have to walk away from the poles you expect to be cold and step onto ground that should have been safe. You have to stand at the waist of the world, where the sun is strongest and feel the crunch of ice under your feet. You have to look for scratches in rock that was born in heat and now carries the scars of cold. The brighter it gets, the colder it grows, and brightness, it turns out, once wore a ring around the equator. Imagine noon in the tropics. You expect air that wraps your skin, plants that drip, insects that sing in the leaves. Instead, the land is white and hard as hammered bone. Wind carves the surface into long, sharp ripples, sastrugi, that point the way storms once ran. The sun stands high and merciless, but its light only makes the plain more blinding. This is not a mistake of weather. This is the equator wearing winter. Walk forward and let your boots climb a frozen dune. At the crest, you can see for miles. There is no green line of forest, no gleam of open sea. The horizon is a quiet wall of light. The paradox makes your brain slow down. How did ice reach the tropics? How can a band meant for warmth carry the rules of the poles? Kneel beside a dark seam where the wind has shaved the crust to raw stone. Run your fingers along a set of grooves, cut in the bedrock, straight and parallel as if a giant comb dragged across it. These are glacial striations. They do not care what latitude they live at. They record direction and pressure, the slow march of ice over a stubborn floor. Some of these scratches sit in rocks that formed at sea level near the equator. The stones learned cold in a place built for heat. Lift your gaze to a cliff and find a jumble of mixed fragments, big, small, sharp, rounded, all pressed together in a cement of fine material. This is a diamictite, a mess that glaciers like to leave when they grind and melt and drop what they cannot carry further. In some outcrops, the compass of the minerals inside those rocks, tiny needles of iron that remembered the planet's magnetic field when the lava cooled, points to low latitudes. Paleomagnetism becomes a quiet witness. These beds lived far from the poles when ice passed over them. Now not everyone reads the stones the same way. Some argue for a slush ball world, not a sealed one, a planet with bands of open water and thinner ice near the equator, rafts of brash and long seasons of flows. Others favor the cleaner, harder sentence. A snowball Earth, ice from pole to pole, oceans locked under a roof tens to hundreds of meters thick. Both answers let the tropics wear scars. The difference is one of breath. How much the ocean could still trade with the air, how far light could still feed life. Walk on. The better equatorial wind is not moist. It is a blade. It blows across a flat, bright field and grows stronger because there is nothing to break it. High mountains stand in the distance like frozen ships. Their peaks chew the sky. If they were here when the cold grew, they could have helped it take hold. Height is a friend to ice. Air thins, snow stays, a belt of land straddling the equator, and pushed up like a shoulder, could have fed the first whiteness, a line of high ground that trapped winter and taught it to last. There are deeper engines at work, too. When continents sit near the equator, warm rains and long seasons of growth can eat mountains faster. That chemical bite steals more carbon from the air and locks it into rocks. Lower carbon means a looser sky blanket. When the blanket slips, night deepens. Morning starts colder. Snow that would have melted in one season lingers into the next. The delicate math of tilt and wobble shifts, and with it, the line between thaw and hold. You can feel the old debate under your feet. Scientists bring hammers and compasses to cliffs like these and argue with love. They measure the way tiny grains point. They count the layers that suggest winters and summers. They search for a particular pair, Glacial deposits first, then, above them, sudden carbonates that speak of warm, near-tropical seas. That strange stack, ice scars topped by capstones, shows a change not of inches, but of worlds. We will walk to those caps soon. For now, stay with the white that dared to cross the middle of the planet. Breathe. The air tastes like nothing. It is so dry it seems already breathed by other ages. On the crust, dust has gathered. Fine, tan, carried far by winds that found no moisture to weigh them down. That dust matter is small, but loyal to the sun. Where it lies thick enough, it drinks a little light. It may be the first ink on this blank page, the first help the star receives against the mirror. Stand at a ledge where the white gives way to a field of polished bedrock. The grooves shine. Some widen where larger stones once bit and slid. Where did those stones come from? The valley upstream holds no mountain of the same kind. The answer is simple and strange. The ice carried them from other lands. It dragged them across miles and left them here, like signatures on a letter delivered long after the hand that wrote. It was gone. Downslope, a strange boulder sits alone in finer material. It is larger than anything around it. A stranger at the party. It tells a different story, not of ice crawling over land, but of ice floating on water. A raft held the stone, and then let it fall. A drop, a thunk, a bruise in soft mud that hardened into time. These lonely stones are messages from seas that could carry ice even here. We will go there next, to the quiet floor that kept the ledger, while the surface slept. For now, take one last look at the equator in winter, the dunes of frozen snow, the scratches that run true, the air that has nothing to give back, the sun that cannot find purchase, the tropics which should be a drum of rain hushed into white. Rocks remember what eyes can't see. In their memory sits a question the ocean can answer. What does the seafloor write when ice delivers stones to places that should never have known them? Imagine sinking through a pale sea that feels more like night than water. Above you, the surface is a roof of gray-blue ice. Below you, the bottom is a flat sheet of soft, fine mud. There is no surge. There is no storm. The ocean here is a careful breath. Slow in, slow out. Your light catches suspended specks that fall like very quiet snow. The world is cold enough to be still, and still enough to keep secrets. Then a darker shape passes overhead. It is not a cloud. There are no clouds under an ice lid. It is a raft, a slab of ice that broke from some distant coast, heavy with stones it stole from cliffs and beaches as it formed. The raft drifts for months, for years, nudged by slow tides under a frozen ceiling. It carries a cargo the mud below has never seen. The stone waits for its moment. The raft thins from beneath, eaten by salt and time. One day, it cannot hold the weight. The stone drops, picks up speed in the cold dark, and thuds into the soft seabed. It bruises the mud, pushes it aside, then settles. Later, more fine silt rains down and wraps it like a blanket. The raft moves on, lighter by one secret. No wave stands to tell you it happened. The roof does not crack. Only the bottom remembers. Now move forward through ages until the mud has hardened, lifted, and risen into daylight. You stand in a quarry face where fine layers stack like pages. In the middle of one quiet bed sits a large, alien cobble, pressed in. the surrounding laminations warped like cloth around a dropped coin. This is a dropstone. It has a simple name and a lot to say. It says there was floating ice above a sea. It says that ice carried cargo far from the rock's home. It says the ocean was cold enough, long enough, for rafts to travel and stones to fall. Find another. Here, the stone is angular, freshly broken by glacial teeth before the raft claimed it. There the stone is rounded, tumbled in an older river before freezing into place. The mud around them changes, too. Some beds carry faint, even stripes. Summer winter, varves that count years like tree rings. Where dropstones cut those stripes, the story gets a hiccup you can see with a fingertip. A sudden visitor interrupting a slow, steady fall. What does this ledger mean for a snowball Earth? It means the seal on the sea was not perfect everywhere, at every hour. It means that along some coasts, shelves and tongues of ice reached over the ocean. Icebergs calved and walked away. Even a slush-ball world, a planet with thick belts of pack and lanes of open water, would make such marks. The crucial part is where, when the mud that holds these bruises formed near the equator, the stones tell you ice had business in the very heart of the tropics. There are counter-stories. Some say a landslide from a submarine slope could drop boulders into fine mud. That happens, and you can see the difference. Landslides make chaos. Broken layers, mixes of sizes, torn sheets that say, "I came fast." Dropstones make manners, a clean bed, a lonely migrant, a local fold around an object too big for the calm that holds it. Others say a meteor could pepper a basin with foreign rock. Those beds carry shock and melt and a hail of glass. The dropstone lives alone and quiet in its page. Step back from the outcrop and watch the pattern across a region. Diamictites, the messy tills and debris that glaciers carry, rest on older rocks. Mixed within some of those tills are marine fossils elsewhere, or chemical layers that only form in seawater. Above the tills, in many places, lies a sudden change. Thick caps of carbonate laid down quickly in warm, shallow seas. It is a two-part sentence a child could read. First, a world of ice, then a world of blue. The lonely stones in the middle are commas between those clauses, gentle marks that say the sea was there all along, listening. Hold one such stone in your hands. It is heavier than it looks. Its edges do not match anything nearby. You could follow its trail with a map and a hammer and find where it began. In doing so, you would trace the path of a dead iceberg across a dead sea. You would stand on what used to be a cold shore and hear, if you are patient, a dislodged boulder falling in, a room no storm could enter. This is how the seafloor keeps time, quietly, honestly, without flourish, while the surface reflected and repelled, the bottom accepted and recorded. While the air ran thin and light turned around, mud laid down lines the ocean could not write any other way. Dropstones tell one chapter of that book. The chapter of delivery, of freckles of faraway rock on a face of fine grain. But the ocean kept other notes, too. Beyond stones and bruises, it wrote in color and chemistry. In some places, a different kind of stripe appears. Bands of rusty red and gunmetal gray, repeated again and again in a rhythm you can count with your hand. Those are not the footprints of falling rocks. They are the pulse of a breath, held and released. To read them, you must think about iron and oxygen, about a sea that forgot how to stir and then remembered all at once. The ledger grows darker and brighter by turns. It looks like a heartbeat, stopped and started. It smells like metal and time. It is where chemistry takes the pen after stones finish their part. The seafloor has been whispering. Now it is ready to sing. Follow those red-gray pages into the quietest ocean you can imagine. Ask it what happens when water cannot trade with sky, when vents feed iron into a room with no windows, when the first light returns and everything changes at once. The next chapter opens in a banded wall. Stand at the base of a cliff that looks like a stack of ribboned steel. The rock before you is striped, red as old blood, gray as rain-soaked iron, red again, gray again, on and on, neat as a metronome. Run a hand along the bands. The red is rougher, a little gritty. The gray is smoother, cool like a blade. Each stripe is a sentence. Together they are a story written in chemistry, patient and strange. Close your eyes and drop into the sea that grew these layers. Not the open blue, wind-ruffled sea you know, but a sealed room, heavy and quiet. A roof of ice mutes the world above. No storms comb the surface. Little light filters through. The ocean cannot breathe well because it cannot talk to the sky. Down on the floor, cracks in the crust exhale. Black smokers and warm springs seeding. The water with iron and other gifts from the deep. In a living mixing ocean, that iron would rust and sink quickly. In this breathless one, it drifts and gathers and waits. Imagine iron like a shy guest at a cold party, lingering near the punch bowl, saying little, getting bolder as more arrive. The water fills with dissolved iron because nothing chases it out. There is not enough oxygen here to make it fall as rust. The room is dim and crowded with metal that would rather hide than dance. Millennia pass like slow heartbeats. The ocean becomes different in ways your hands cannot feel, but the rocks can. Then, something shifts. Perhaps cracks open and the sky and sea trade a few slow breaths. Perhaps ice thins and light slips farther down. Perhaps photosynthetic life, tiny algae, tough and patient, learns to set up shop in narrow lanes of clarity under the ice and leaks oxygen into the water. Perhaps the whole planet leans toward a brief, shallow warming, just enough to stir the surface and smear a layer of oxygen into the topmost sea. Whatever the door, the effect is the same. Oxygen meets iron. Chemistry wakes. When oxygen and iron shake hands, they do not let go. The iron oxidizes, rusts, and becomes solid. It flocculates clumps, grows heavy, and begins to fall. Imagine a slow, graceful snow of red-brown particles drifting in endless night. They dust the seafloor in a thin, even layer. The red on the cliff face is this rusted rain, compressed into stone by time and weight. When oxygen fades, the iron remains dissolved again, and a gray layer grows, cherty, siliceous, sometimes metal-rich in other ways. Red, then gray, oxygen, then quiet, breath, then hold. The ocean is writing a pulse. You can feel the rhythm with your fingertips on the cliff. Thick red, a longer breath, a stronger flirtation with light or air. Thin red, a quick sigh. Gray in between, the old quiet returning, the vents whispering iron back into the room while the roof sets again. The bands repeat, because the world above changed in fits and starts. Volcanic haze 1 century, a clear, cruel starlight the next. Dust darkening a patch to let light in here, a flip in currents there. The sea responded by taking and giving, rusting and resting. There are other ways to tell this tale. Some say the bands are a deep echo from even older times, recycled and relaid. Others suggest that microbial mats on the seafloor helped shape the iron into layers, catching particles, guiding grains. Some imagine that methane played a dramatic role, blooming and breaking, stealing oxygen, then surrendering it back through awkward cascades of cause. The truth may be a choir again, vents and microbes, ice lids and sunbeams, long silences broken by small songs. What matters for your hand on this rock is the change it proves. There was a time when the ocean could hold iron like a hidden river, and a time when it could not. There was a time when water forgot how to stir, and a time when it remembered. When it remembered, it did not do so gently. The red is not a blush, it is a flush. Something opened, something breathed, something fell. Look closer, and you may find little interruptions, thin veins, odd nodules, places where the chemistry wobbled for a moment. They are as precious as the regular bands. They tell you the world did not flip a perfect switch. It flickered. It tried on different lights. It learned the path from sealed to stirred in short steps, with small retreats. A snowball. Earth does, not thaw all at once. It loosens, it hesitates, it tears and mends its own curtain. Walk along the base to where the banded iron gives way to another surprise. Above the red and gray lies a pale, thick blanket of carbonate, laid down fast in warm water. The cap. We will climb into that warmth later. For now, stay with the breath below the cap. The held breath that colored the sea with iron and the first exhale that rained rust. In this quiet room under ice, life did not leave. It adapted. Chemosynthetic communities at vents wrote their own rules, unbothered by the dark. Photosynthesizers learned to sip light through cracks and brines. Microbes invented ways to handle iron, to live with it, to turn it to their use and make it part of their small architectures. Some of those tricks may be alive in cells today, gifts from a long winter. Stand back once more and let the cliff shrink to a wall in your mind. Red, gray, breath hold, breath hold. The pattern may be older than the snowball, drafted in its earlier eons when Earth learned to oxygenate for the first time. But here, in these neo-proterozoic pages, it seems to scream a familiar lesson. Seal a planet, and the ocean becomes a library of iron. Crack the seal, and the shelves empty in a rush of color. Chemistry wrote chapters while the world went silent. When we read them, we find the plot turning. The mirror above, so bright and stubborn, began to falter. Dust drew ink lines on the white. Volcanoes thickened the sky's blanket grain by grain. The sea rusted, and then remembered its breath. And when the breath deepened, not only rocks changed. Light returned to the water itself, and with it, hunger and growth on a scale the world had not yet seen. The next page waits where iron gives way to emerald. We will step there soon, into the first bloom after a very long night. Imagine a nighttime map of Earth with no cities, no lights, only the slow red glow of lines that do not belong to rivers. They run straight for a while, then split, then step sideways, a heartbeat under rock. You are looking at faults opening, rifts widening, places where the crust thins and the mantle swells close to the surface and breathes heat. The supercontinent, Rodinia. Once, a single ragged continent, like a sleeping animal, begins to stretch. The edges light first, then seams appear inland, and the map breaks along molten lines. Picture standing at one of those lines. The ground is a tally of fractures. Basalt spills from vents in long curtains, cooling to black glass, and then to dark, dull stone that cracks like baked bread. You can hear gas hiss in the new rock. You can smell minerals that were never meant to meet the air. At your feet, fresh lava makes a newborn land, bare, dark, hungry for rain. The paradox begins here. Does a breaking world warm the sky with volcanic breath, or cool it by laying out fresh rock that drinks carbon from the air? You feel heat on your face and cold in your thoughts. Both answers are true, but not at the same time. Now step back, float up, and see Rodinia's pieces drift. The plates do not slide politely. They lurch by inches in a year, by miles in a lifetime. What was once inland becomes a coast. What was once a tall mountain belt crumbles and lowers. New shallow seas rim the fragmenting land. Those seas are where weather works quickly. Rain falls on newborn basalt and wakes the rock. Rivers become chemistry, dissolving ions that run to the ocean. In the process, the rain steals carbon dioxide from the air, carbonic acid nibbling at stone, turning it to clay, packing the atmosphere into limestone far from the sky. Fresh, dark rock is a powerful sponge. Spread enough of it in warm, wet places, and the sponge wins. The blanket of greenhouse gas thins. The world cools. Snow lingers. Ice finds footholds where there were none. Wider rifts also change the way continents sit under the sun. Long belts of land creep into the tropics. Weathering in heat is efficient. Tropical rains are skillful thieves of carbon. As equatorial shelves bloom with new basalt and young sediments, the drawdown quickens. In this way, a supercontinent that tears itself apart can load the dice for a freeze. More fresh rock, more tropical rain on that rock, more carbon locked away, less heat held in the air. The mirror we spoke about earlier brightens with every winter that keeps last year's snow. The loop tightens. Ice begets brightness. Brightness begets cold. Cold begets more ice. And yet that same tearing also pumps the sky full of breath. Rifts are furnaces. Mid-ocean ridges lengthen and spread. Flood basalts, great provinces of stacked lava, erupt for hundreds of thousands of years, sometimes longer, emptying deep reservoirs of gas. Carbon dioxide, sulfur, water vapor, a little methane, a little halogen, each with its own style of trouble. If the world were not wearing a white cloak already, this outgassing would warm it. But coats matter. When the planet is dressed in ice and the rain is rare, the normal thermostat, the reaction of rock and air, goes quiet. Weathering slows under ice. Rivers cannot deliver the chemistry that swallows carbon, so the gas that volcanoes exhale begins to collect, like quiet breath in a sealed room. Hold both pictures at once. A young rift spreading dark rock under warm equatorial rains. Pulling, carbon down, inviting cold, a long chain of vents sighing carbon into an unresponsive sky. Pushing warmth up, waiting. Which wins? Time answers by choosing both, one after the other. First, the rock wins. The drawdown outruns the degassing. Albedo takes over. The sea hardens. Tropics learn winter. The freeze tightens until the planet is a mirror from pole to pole. Only then can the patient breath of the deep begin to count. One invisible exhale after another, with no quick path back to stone. Walk the rift again in your mind. See pillow lavas bloom underwater like dark cushions. Imagine glassy hyaloclastite, piles, crumbled lava quenched by ice and water, building cone-shaped islands that never see a blue sky. Picture subglacial eruptions that melt chambers under the ice, making lakes with black walls and blue roofs. In those buried rooms, water rises and falls with each pulse of fire, carving caverns and trapping warmth that the surface will not accept. These are flickers under a blanket. They do not end the winter, but they keep small parts of the world inhabited and restless. Stories gather around half-lit places. Some fringe voices say a giant impact shook Rodinia first, cracking the crust, making the rifts. Others argue that a pass through a dusty arm of the galaxy dimmed the sky and primed the cold, and the rifts only hurried what the stars began. Most geologists keep their hands on what the rocks can testify, paleomagnetic lines that tell where continents once lay, age dates in crystals that time the rifts, geochemical fingerprints that show floods of lava near key moments in the freeze, tills and cap carbonates stacked like a punchline you can touch. From these, the cautious story stands. Tectonics turned the knob that cooling caught, and later tectonics left the furnace on in a sealed house until the temperature finally rose. You don't need a calendar to feel it. Stand on that fracture in your imagination. Let the heat on your skin remind you the planet is alive inside, even when it looks dead outside. Feel the tremor of a continent shifting its weight. Taste ash in the air and dust on the snow. The same engine that split a supercontinent also set up the longest winter and then prepared its end. That is the paradox of deep time. The hand that draws the bow also loosens the string. If you listen closely, you will hear a change above the rifts, too. The sky is clearing. Clouds have thinned. Snow squeaks like a dry song under your step. The air, sharp as glass, does not carry rain. How can a world so cold be so thirsty? The next answer is simple and cruel. Cold air cannot hold much water. With moisture missing, only wind remains. Picture a morning that never softens. The sun lifts, but the air does not. You inhale and feel nothing on your tongue. No dampness, no scent of earth, just a clean edge, like breathing past a blade. Clouds are rare and high, thin enough to vanish if you stare. Beneath your boots, snow squeaks with every step, the sound of tiny bonds breaking in a brittle pack. Here is the puzzle. There is ice everywhere, yet the world is thirsty. Why does a colder world also grow drier? Start with your breath. Warm air can carry water vapor. Cold air cannot, not much. For every degree the temperature drops, the sky's pockets shrink. There is less invisible water to make clouds, less to fall as rain or fresh snow. The paradox is that the heart of a great ice sheet is often a desert, frozen, scoured, stingy with precipitation. Storms skirt the edges. The interior sleeps under clear skies that steal heat at night. Cold breeds clarity. Clarity breeds more cold. The loop closes with a sigh. You can see when the sun sets, and the surface radiates warmth into a black, empty dome. Run your gloved hand over the snow and feel how dry it is, more like salt than water. It erodes under wind, forms ripples, carves ridges. Without frequent snowfall to reset the surface, the same grains are lifted and dropped again and again. The pack ages into a hard crust that squeaks because it is nearly a solid of tiny welded crystals. When you walk, you polish it. When you fall, it bites your palms like sandpaper. Look up. Few clouds means the planet loses its night blanket. Infrared heat from the surface pours into space uncaught. On a warmer Earth, Water vapor is a major greenhouse gas, a gentle quilt that helps nights be kind. Here, thin air lets long-wave light fly away. Days are bright but poor. Nights are brilliant, hard, and long. Each morning starts a little deeper in the cold. Moisture also matters for albedo. Fresh snow is painfully bright. Old, wind-hammered, snow becomes a kind of white stone. Still reflective, but with a personality that depends on dust and crust and sun angle. Without frequent storms, surfaces don't get painted clean as often. Dust and volcanic ash that blow in can streak the white with tan and gray. These faint stains drink just a little more light, but on a world that runs on small differences, a little more is not a small thing. Follow a breeze with your eyes. It comes across a plain stripped of plants, across riverbeds locked in glass, across shelves of exposed silt where the sea once climbed. It does not carry rain, it carries grains. The wind is a carpenter now, planing, the surface lifting fines, laying them elsewhere as thin films. Those films gather in hollows, around ridges, in lee-side swales. They mark the white, like brush strokes on a canvas. With moisture missing, only wind remains, and wind draws. The drier the air, the weaker the snowfall, the slower the ice grows thick in the middle. Paradoxically, that can make the margins more dangerous. Sea ice extends faster into the tropics because the surface is so reflective and evaporation so low. Open ocean, if any is left, loses heat like a pond under a clear winter sky. It skins over at night and stays skinned in the day because the sun cannot grab hold. The belt of the planet becomes a bright, hard road. You can trace the consequences in the land's posture. Rivers starved of rain shrink and fall quiet under their lids. Lakes contract, then disappear in a season of violent blue when the ice finally cracks to the bottom. Wetlands go flat. Dust sources multiply. Downwind regions that once grew, forests become grounds for loess. The fine, fertile blankets of silt that in some future, warmer world will feed great fields. But that future is out of reach. In this present, the dust drifts across glare and waits for its chance. Science writes this story with a simple rule. The Clausius-Clapeyron relation, hidden under a lyrical name. It says, air's capacity to hold water increases rapidly with temperature. Turn the knob toward cold, and the capacity collapses. You can hear the rule in the absence of sound. No drip from eaves, no hush of falling snow, except now and then at the edges. The sky is a vault, with tight pockets and empty hands. There are myths for this silence, too. Some tell of a winter curse that drinks rivers and locks seas to punish an age. Stories passed around fires where wood is precious and ash is hoarded. Others whisper of gods who pulled the breath from the air to spare the land a flood. Old stories do odd things with physics and memory. But if you strip the stories down, you hear a practical lesson. When the long cold comes, do not wait for rain. Build your walls low to the wind. Sew your hides tight. Count your steps by the upper. Sound in the snow. Stand still. Let the dry hush press against your ears until you can hear the tiny crackles at your feet. Sound that is more texture than noise. The world is colder, and because it is colder, it is clearer, and because it is clearer, it gets colder still. What breaks a loop like this? Not moisture. The sky cannot spare it. Not clouds. There is not enough vapor to stitch them thick. Something else must act, something the wind can carry across the white and lay down grain by grain, something that dims the mirror enough for the sun to get a grip. Watch the breeze. Follow its hand. See the pale tan streaks stripe the ice like brush marks. Could dark dust be the first undoing? A grain can tip a world. From a distance the world looks spotless. Up close it is full of handwriting. The wind is the pen. Across long flats the white is cross-hatched, with thin tan lines that shift with each season and hold between storms. Kneel and pinch a little between finger and thumb. The dust is fine as flour, cool, almost silky. Lift your hand and watch it loft away. In a minute, the line you touched smooths itself again as if the planet prefers clean, but each grain remains where it lands, unless wind claims it again, and each grain is a tiny door the sun can open. Follow the wind upstream. It runs over places that used to be wet. Wide river bars left high and dry, continental shelves exposed by falling seas, lake beds drained and cracked like old paint, slopes scraped raw by retreating tongues of ice. Without plants to bind the ground, fines lift easily. Los, the word tastes like dust on your tongue, begins its long walk. The wind is relentless when it does not have to carry rain. It can pick up, carry, and drop for months, for years, laying films across the bright world like layers of glaze. You know how black ash on a snowbank makes it melt faster in spring. Dust is not black. It is pale. But albedo is sensitive, a little dark. Where there was none can matter, when everything else is a mirror. A film 2 grains thick on a slope, facing the sun, may drink enough light to warm itself by a degree. Then another. Beneath that warmed film, snow begins to soften. Small hollows appear. The hollows catch more dust. They warm faster. Patterns bloom. Sun cups, troughs, scallops, darker than their neighbors. The surface grows mottled. The mottled surface absorbs more. The feedback is simple. Light makes pockets. Pockets hold light. There is a second path for dust to change the world. When and where the sea is free to speak to the air, even in narrow lanes under a slush-ball sky, iron-rich dust can fall and feed plankton blooms. Life, given a pinch of iron in a desert ocean, can surge and pull carbon from water and sky. Under a hard lid, that dance is quiet or absent, but along edges, in seasons of thinner ice, the iron trick may matter, a small tug on the chemistry that keeps the blanket thin. Here, though, on the bright interior, dust's job is plainer. Darken the page. There are places where dust gathers in drifts, feet deep, sculpted like dunes. In the lee of ridges, on the upstream side of Sastrugi, in shallow basins, across miles of level shelf. There the albedo shift is not a whisper. On a blazing noon, the drifts become a patchwork of softening zones that bleed into one another. Meltwater threads around their edges, then freezes again at night, making lenses that are darker still, clear ice lakes a centimeter thick, perfect absorbers under a clear sun. You watch a day do geology. Skeptics step into the scene. Pale dust is not soot, they say. It cannot break a snowball by itself. They are right. A grain is not a furnace. A planet is not a driveway. But a world at a tipping point does not need hammers. It needs fingertips. Dust is a fingertip that works everywhere the wind can reach. Over years and centuries, its fingerprint grows. It redraws the local energy balance thin line by thin line. It opens footholds for the sun. It makes the first pinholes in a skin drawn too tight. Others point to where the dust comes from. Isn't its source a sign of the same dryness that keeps the cold in charge? Yes, the dry feeds the dusty. The dusty helps weaken the dry. Feedbacks braid like ropes. You cannot pull one strand alone and expect motion. At some threshold, though, the braid slackens. A streaked ice sheet is easier for the star to argue with than a pristine one. Add in the slight murmur of changing clouds, the rare week of warmer winds, the dark shapes of new volcanic ashfall when a far volcano breathes, and suddenly the canvas is not so white. Walk along a band where the wind has painted thick. Put your palm on the dust as if it were the back of a sleeping animal. It is cool, but not as cool as the snow beneath it. That small difference is the entire point. Energy prefers the easiest path. Dust provides it. It turns a reflectance problem into a heating solution in 1,000 little places at once. Multiply those little places across continents and time, and you turn the white's refusal into a negotiation. Not yet surrender, not even compromise, just a first conversation after a long silence. When you lift your hand, a gust erases your print. The line looks whole again, but the heat you left has not vanished. It sank. Small melt froze into clearer ice that is darker than the snow it replaced. Tomorrow that patch will warm faster. The day after, faster still. Dust has an accomplice in clarity. Now let the wind turn and smell something new. Under the dust, the world's engine has never stopped. Rifts thinned the crust. Mantle rose. Volcanoes, some smothered by ice, some breathing through it, have been exhaling all this while into a sky that rarely rained. Their ash traveled with the loess. Their gases slipped over the bright roof and lodged in the air like invisible stones. Dust still may open doors, but only a thicker atmosphere can hold the warmth that walks through. The question becomes simple, patient, and huge. Can deep fire rescue a frozen surface? Listen for the answer beneath your feet, where earthquakes talk too low for your ears, where magma swells in chambers as old as continents. The ice above is scribbled with tan strokes and gray smudges, but the story that will change everything is being written in the dark, with a color you can't see. Count the breaths of CO2 building in, then was the world from under the world. The floor is not floor, but thick, slow rock, pressed into a plastic drift. It moves as a glacier moves, only hotter, only deeper. In some places, the drift bulges and thins the crust above, until stone cracks like cold glass under hot water. Through those cuts, magma rises red and ready, searching for a way to spend itself. It meets ice and turns it to caverns. It meets water and turns it to steam. It meets old rock and welds it to new. The surface does not celebrate. The surface remains white and distant. But the planet is not fooled. It knows itself by its heat. Walk with your mind through a tunnel. A volcano has melted under the ice. The walls are black and green with quenched glass. The ceiling sags in blue domes where clear ice has flowed and frozen and flowed again. In the center stands a cone of dark, fragmented lava, a hyaloclastite mound built by eruptions that could not push into open air. Around it, liquid water circulates in loops that take days, months, years. Chemistry samples the new rock. Minerals trade places. Heat travels farther than light can. Life, what little can stand the chemistry and the temperature, gathers in films that look like soot and behave like cities. Above, The roof is thick. Snow squeaks in the thin, dry sky. But every eruption adds a little to the air. It is not the ash that matters most. Ash falls and stripes the ice and plays its small albedo trick. The long game belongs to gas. Carbon dioxide sighs from mid-ocean ridges, from arc volcanoes, from continental rifts, from mantle plumes that lift whole regions and pour out flood basalts in stacks. Even under ice, degassing continues. It always has. The difference now is that the normal catcher, the warm rain on fresh rock, is gone across most of the planet. Weathering is slow in a freezer. Rivers lock their mouths. Clay factories go quiet. And so what the volcanoes exhale, the sky keeps. You don't need numbers to feel accumulation. Picture an empty room that gains one breath every minute and cannot open a window. You do not notice the first 10 breaths, or the 100th. Then one day the air is different on your skin, a little heavier. Light moves through it the same way, but heat does not. It lingers. It dies slower. Nights are still cruel, but less so. Each dawn has one more ember left from the day before. That is how a greenhouse builds under ice, one patient exhale at a time. Volcanism is not constant. It pulses. Flood basalt, events, provinces the size of countries, can erupt for long spans, then pause while the mantle rearranges its weight. Mid-ocean ridges march with plate speed and spit a steady seam's worth of gas. Subduction zones consume old crust and trade it back to the air as arc chains beat along trenches. Wherever you place your hand on the map, the deep has a path upward. During snowball times, one pulse or many may coincide with the planet's lack of weathering, and the effect is not subtle. The blanket, once thin and full of holes, thickens. Listen to the fringe stories, too, for color. Some narrators imagine a super plume, a great, wide column of hot mantle rising under a continent, lifting it like bread in an oven, cracking it, flooding it with lava, burping gas into a sealed sky, until even the white grows nervous. Others tell of whole belts of under-ice volcanoes, tracing the edges of continents, their heat making linear seas beneath the lid like sleeping rivers, their gases building the room's pressure, one undecorative moment at a time. Whether the engine was a few big fires or many small ones, the effect is the same. Add breath faster than the silent chemistry can take it away, and the sky changes character. Above the buried vents, the ice does not sit still. Heat makes lakes and streams that refreeze as roofs cave and walls slump. Jökullaups, sudden outburst floods, can rip under glaciers in darkness, carve tunnels high enough to swallow cathedrals, then vanish as if no river ever existed. The memory of those floods remains in odd channels and pitted plains, that future. Travelers will argue over until they understand the fire that carved them without light. Even in the long winter, some landscapes are busy. Stand now on the surface again, at a place where the wind has painted the white with tan, where the sun is trying to learn how to stay. The air tastes a little less empty than it did 1,000 years ago, though no living thing could tell you the measure. Think of the gas you cannot see as a kindness this world has forgotten how to accept. There is still so much mirror, but the blanket above it is, at last, getting heavier. Skeptics appear again. Carbon dioxide dissolves into the ocean, they say. The sea could swallow the volcano's breath. Under a hard lid, though, the sea is cold and layered. Its top is sealed from the air most of the time. Where gas does find water, cold favors storage. But a frozen sea also holds circulation hostage. Whole basins can fill with dissolved gases, and then, in a strange flip, give them back when warmth finally stirs the layers. The long arithmetic still points one way. Molecules accumulate upstairs because no one is sweeping fast downstairs. Others wonder about sulfur. Volcanoes exhale that too, and sulfur can make haze that cools a planet. True, for seasons, for years, until the haze rains out, until particles fall to the ice and write gray lines across the brightness. Carbon dioxide lasts. It does not settle. It stretches the sky's ability to hold heat on timescales that outlive storms and fashions and the careers of mountain ranges. Even under ice, the greenhouse waits as a calm promise. When enough of me gathers, the mirror will blink. You can almost hear the count. Each eruption is a bead on an invisible string. Each 100 years, a new bead. Each 1,000, more. Somewhere, beyond your horizon, a field of lava hardens under a glacier. Somewhere else, a ridge vents into a deep, still sea. The room fills slowly. Nights empty themselves a little less. Dust spreads its net. The sun leans into it and catches a little more with each passing noon. The change is not something a person could notice in one life. But if you could sleep and wake every 10,000 years and step to this same ridge, you would feel it in your lungs. The air is denser, softer at dawn. A melt will not begin with thunder. It will begin with a dark circle on a slope, with a trickle that stays liquid past nightfall, with a crack that grows each afternoon and does not quite close. The blanket from below and the freckles from above work together, one slow and invisible, one scattered and visible like whispers. No one declares an end to a winter like this. The planet simply finds itself on a different side of a balance. Stand quietly and count with it. Not hours, not seasons, breaths. You cannot see them, but you are living in their tally. Deep fire has been exhaling into a thin, dry sky that could not reply. Now at last the replies begin. One more mote of warmth kept overnight. One more morning where a drift collapses from its own weight. One more noon where a pool does not skin before night. The story that started when Rodinia tore is moving toward its next act. Count the breaths of CO2 building in the dark, and feel the hint of a thaw that has not yet learned its name. Imagine a clock with no hands, only a soft pulse you feel in your chest. Millennia tick, silent and certain. Above you the sky looks the same, thin, pale, almost metallic, but something invisible is gathering there, molecule by molecule, breath by breath. The air thickens, not with clouds, not with mist, with a gas you cannot see or taste, a simple string of carbon and oxygen that holds heat the way a cupped palm holds a spark. Picture the planet as a sealed room. The windows are crusted with frost. The door is blocked by drifts of white. Inside, a single candle burns without smoke. Volcanoes. They are far away and mostly hidden, but they never stop breathing. At mid-ocean ridges, new seafloor forms and exhale follows stone. Along arcs, old crust dives and returns as gas. Under ice, silent cones puff into caves of steam and glass. On a warm earth, rains catch that breath and wash it into rock. Rivers carry it to the sea, where it becomes limestone and sleeps. But when ice covers your gutters and locks your streams, the house cannot clear its throat. The candle burns. The room keeps every sigh. Is patience the warmest force on earth? Stand still and listen. Every century adds a grain to the scale. Each 1,000 years adds a small weight. You do not feel the first steps. Nights still bite. Snow still squeaks underfoot. But heat lingers a heartbeat longer after noon. A shallow pool hangs liquid a minute past sunset. A dark patch of dust softens sooner each spring. Small changes nest inside small changes, and the room grows different without announcing itself. There are numbers behind this hush, if you want them. More. Carbon dioxide means more of the planet's long-wave heat cannot slip away. It bounces among molecules like whispers in a round room, each reflection taking a little longer to fade. You don't see the bouncing, you feel the delay. The sky is a sieve in summer, a sieve in winter, but with each extra thread woven into that sieve, less warmth slips through. The fabric is thin, yet a thin fabric can hold when the cold is patient rather than violent. Some voices argue from the other side, what if the ocean swallows the breath? In a deep freeze, the surface of the sea is capped or slushed. The water below is cold and still. Cold water can hold more gas, true, but the sealed top slows the trade with air. Dissolved carbon builds, then waits. Layers stack like sleeping decks in a ship, and the ship does not turn. When the day comes that mixing returns, the ocean may give back part of what it kept, quickly, loudly. For now, the surface sky, our thin blanket, keeps what the volcanoes give it. Walk with me along a ridge where wind paints tan lines on white. Lift a pinch of dust and let it slip from your fingers. A grain darkens a patch. A patch becomes a pocket. A pocket holds light. Even this small work is helped by patience. On a bright planet, dust is a fingertip. Carbon dioxide is a steady hand. One loosens the mirror's grip. The other keeps the loosened warmth from fleeing. There is myth here, too. Old stories speak of a winter spirit lulled to sleep by chants. The chant is not a drum, not a horn. It is a low hum, a prayer said 100 million times with no audience. Ridge breath, arc breath, plume breath. In science, we call it outgassing. In poetry, we call it endurance. Both are the same thing wearing different coats. Why a sudden thaw, you ask, if the gathering is so slow? Because balances break like ropes, strand by strand, then all at once. Albedo fights, greenhouse waits, dust sneaks, vents whisper. The loops that held the ice begin to loosen. The first ponds stay longer. The first summer lakes darken. The first channels under the snow do not seal at night. In a moment that will look ordinary to anyone standing there, enough is enough. The mirror blinks. You won't hear a trumpet. You will hear a new kind of drip. On a slope facing noon, drops begin at midday and do not stop by evening. A rivulet threads down like a pen stroke you could wipe with your sleeve. And then it isn't. It deepens and carves a groove. In that groove, the sun returns each day to a darker home. Around it, the pale field remains a map of winter. Inside it, blue shadows sharpen and carry light deeper. The planet has learned a new habit. Patience brought us here. Patience will hurry us out. When the world crosses that quiet line, it often steps with both feet. Meltwater finds other meltwater. Clear water finds dust and makes it darker. Pools connect. Margins collapse into blue rooms that never saw the sky. The air above them warms a little more keeping the cycle fed. The pressure in the sealed room has been rising. Now the latch strains, and the lock remembers what it was built to do. Feel that pressure with your breath. It is not heavy like fog. It is soft and certain, a weight of waiting. The volcanoes are still speaking in the dark. The dust is still writing on the snow. The sun is still trying the door each day. Together they press toward a sound you have not heard in a very long time, the rush of open water. But before the door flies open, you should know the room has not been uniform. Some corners sweated even in the hardest winter. Some corridors slipped under the ice and moved when nothing else dared. Was Earth totally locked, or only mostly? The answer hides where shadows are blue, and snow is black in patches. In the slush, in the seams, in the under-ice halls. Picture a plain of white, under a high, pale sun. Now squint until the world becomes shapes and tones. Some shadows are blue, deep, cold, honest. Some are darker than they should be, edged with a color that says meltwater lives there even at noon. Walk to the edge of one of those shadows. Your boot sinks a little. What looked like hard snow is sugar. What looked like sugar is slush. What looked like slush is thin water, a skin of clarity over dark ice. You are standing on an argument written in color. Was Earth totally locked, or only mostly? The Snowball says sealed. Ocean under a thick roof from pole to pole. Continents wearing shields, air so thin of moisture that storms forgot their names. The slush ball says something else. Belts of open water here and there. Thin seasonal seams along equatorial. Winds, leads, and pollinias like threads of ink on white paper. Models play both songs when we feed them the right notes. Rocks bear witness in their own small ways. Look at a tropical outcrop, where glacial rubble lies in a dump of sizes, and above that, a sudden blanket of warm water limestone, the cap. If the ocean wore a hard lid, the return to liquid would have been violent and quick. Warmth would flood the surface. Carbonate would rain like confetti and set into stone. That is what we see. But hidden in some sequences are whispers of water that once touched the sky, even before the grand thaw. Dropstones, sprinkled in fine laminations that look like quiet winters and quiet summers, varves, touched by falling rock from floating ice. A frozen ocean can carry ice, a slushy one must. Which is it? The truth may be both. Frozen enough to reflect the sun like a shield, slushy enough to leak motion and life. Picture the equator under a glowering noon. The wind has gnawed lanes through seasonal skin. Where the lid fails, black water drinks, light. Steam ghosts in thin banners, disappearing meters from the surface. Around these leads, air is a little kinder, a little wetter. Clouds gather. Snow falls, then melts, then refreezes. The shadows here are not the honest blue of solid ice. They are the mixed blues of change. Shorelines of slush pucker and stiffen nightly. In morning they sigh and soften again. Now think, beneath your feet. Even with a hard cap, the ocean is not a statue. Tides still rise and fall, their fingers pressing under the lid. Wind over wide caps can push ice like a slow giant. Fractures open, pressure ridges pop, salt drains and leaves brine pockets that do not freeze at the same time as water. Brines sink, carry small heat downward, and bring different water up. Open water near volcanoes or at thin places can move heat into the system delicately. Flicker by flicker. Mostly has room for a lot of mischief. The debate has texture. Some scientists look at banded iron layers, the rusted pages that record pulses of oxygen meeting seas loaded with dissolved iron, and argue that if the ocean had been well mixed, those bands should be rare or different. Breathless, layered, waters fit a snowball's silence. Others point to fossils and chemical isotopes that hint some life needed more than darkness and chemistry. It needed light. Even under a lid, light can travel more than you think, especially through clear blue ice in shallow shelves. A slushball belt would help. Thin skin, polynias, the world's smallest skylights for photosynthesis. Fringe stories go farther. They sketch corridors along continents where geothermal heat made long inland seas under ice, thick enough to swim in, thin enough to see a dim day on some afternoons. They imagine blue deserts, vast fields of clean, clear ice where sun pooled, deeper than in snow, letting algae make a living in a permanent twilight. They talk about black snow, volcanic ash spread by 1,000 winters, creating dark mosaics that melted deeper bowls each year, exposing brine, stretching the season of slush. Each tale is a hypothesis, wearing a cloak of wonder. Some are testable, some are not yet. Kneel where a patch looks wrong, too dark, too wet, and watch what happens around noon. A sheen forms that reflects the sun like a mirror inside a mirror. You can see blue through it because the water is thin and the underlying ice is clear. At the edges, tiny channels drain into older hollows. The pattern is a lace of darker and lighter glow. The landscape breathes in whispers, freeze at night, slacken at noon, freeze again. Nothing is dramatic. Everything is different. Now step to a pressure ridge where blocks have packed and heaved. In cross-section, the ice tells you its life. Layers of snow turned to fern, fern sharpened into ice. Thin sheets of winter skin cemented to summer slabs. Some bands are bubble-rich and bright, some bubble-poor and glassy. In places, thin stripes of brown mark a dust fall. In others, white lines record a storm you never saw. This is the diary of a cap that was not uniform. Only mostly is not a dodge. It is a hinge. A world sealed everywhere, always, is a coffin. A world sealed almost everywhere, almost always, is a paradox box, deadly bright, and yet streaked with tiny liberties, skins that fail, cracks that pulse, lanes that open, shadows that darken. In those liberties, the sun can work on the mirror. In those liberties, life can find a toehold. The answer to snowball or slushball may be both, switching, arguing, shifting with dust and wind and breath. Feel the blue shadow at your feet. It is deeper than it was this morning. The edge of the slush has crept a few inches. Under the cap, something is speaking. You can hear it if you set your ear to the world. A low rush, a whisper of water in a long hallway. What hides beneath is neither sealed nor still. Even under a winter that covered the seas, corridors ran like veins. Can movement thrive where stillness rules? Kneel closer. Listen to the dark water snake beneath the cap, churning unseen channels. Life learns paths the eye cannot see. Life listens for heat and follows. The answer hides in corridors under ice. Imagine a cathedral carved in midnight. The ceiling is blue ice, arched high enough to steal your breath. The walls are black rock, polished by pressure. The floor is a river you cannot see until your hand meets it and pulls back, aching with cold. The water is not loud. It runs with the grave authority of something that knows the way by touch. It has been here for a long time, moving in a world, that pretends to be still. Can movement thrive where stillness rules? It can, when the roof is heavy, the ground is rough, and the planet still has a pulse. Start with heat you cannot deny. The slow exhale of radioactivity in stone, the gentle rub of ice sliding over a bed, the squeeze of tides lifting and lowering a sheet that weighs as much as a mountain range. Add a little of the sun's work, from above. Melt that finds a crack and dives, and you have enough to draw a map. Channels, tunnels, lenses, lakes, a whole circulatory system in the dark. The water snakes beneath the cap, not in one river but a braided web that rearranges itself as pressures change. When the ice is very cold and thick, it seals its wounds. When it warms just enough from friction, it opens them. In summer, yes, even Snowball summers, melt from surface dust bowls and clear ice ponds can punch shafts into the sheet, moulins that gulp and gurgle and deliver blue to black. That water reaches the bed and hunts for the fastest path down the pressure gradient, sometimes through thin films along grains, sometimes in linked cavities at the lee of stones, sometimes in arched tunnels melted into the base by the very water that flows through them. Engineers call those tunnels channels. Poets call them veins. Walk one in your mind. The arch above is scalloped, dimpled by flow that has carried sand and silt for miles. The walls weep. The floor shivers with pebbles that roll and stop, roll and stop. Where the roof drops, the water presses. Where the roof lifts, the water spreads and slows. At bends, eddies write their curls into the ice, as if drawing a music you could learn to read. The river is carving the roof that contains it. Every meter it advances makes room for more of itself. Listen for a deeper drum beat. Jokel laups. The sudden outburst floods that turn quiet veins into bulkheads made of motion. A lake, hidden beneath the sheet, filled by centuries of melt and trickle, finds a crack, and the crack becomes a sluice. Pressure falls. The roof melts. The channel eats its way up glacier, as if sawing a tunnel backwards at the speed of thought. For hours or days, the subglacial plain is a drowned city. When the lake empties, the roof sags and seals. The river returns to the low voice of before. It leaves behind shapes a future thaw will reveal, canyons too big for the little streams that now occupy them, eskers, sinuous ridges of sand and gravel laid by rivers that once ran upside down, kettle holes where old cavities collapsed. Even in a deep freeze, tides matter. Where the ice meets an ocean, the lid flexes. Twice a day, pressure changes pump water in and out through basal corridors, trading heat with rock and carrying salt from brines that form when sea ice grows and rejects it. Salted water stays liquid longer. It carves longer. It participates in a trick that keeps motion alive, refreezing where pressure rises and melting where pressure falls, like a heart that knows when to contract. If you light a lamp in this cathedral, you will not find fish, but you will find movement's other companion, chemistry. The river picks up ground rock, rock flour, and carries iron, phosphorus, and silica, informs the ocean above will one day crave. It frees gases trapped in ice. It writes faint signatures into the water that leaks to coastal seas when the cap is thin or torn. In the far future, when a global thaw comes, these corridors will matter. They will be ready roads for melt. They will deliver a first feast to the seas, nutrients long kept, released in a rush. Skeptics raise a brow. Can such systems persist when the world is locked this hard? Under Greenland and Antarctica today, veins run for hundreds of kilometers beneath, ice thicker than the height of mountains. There are entire lakes, Vostok, Willens, Mercer, sealed off from the sky for ages, and still exchanging water through sills and channels you cannot cut with a spade. If motion thrives under our modern caps, why not under older ones, given more time and a planet's undying heat? The river has a voice. Even you can hear up here on the surface if you know when to listen. A faint, steady hum through your boots when a channel passes near a thin spot. A feeling of emptiness beneath when you tap with a pole and the echo takes a moment to return. Sometimes the proof is more dramatic. A sudden sag in a field, a ventilation hole exhaling mist like a beast asleep. Most often the proof is patience, the way a snow bridge bows over weeks, then cracks with a sigh. Follow the river's nose. It is leading somewhere warm. The channels get larger as you descend a gentle slope toward an old ridge. The floor of the world creases. Heat from below grows bolder. The water runs faster and leaves a few stones behind, the heavy ones that look like glass, basalt, quenched in a cough. The air tastes metal-sweet, sulfur bitter. There is a room ahead where the river ends in a hiss, and life begins to glow without light. Can a channel deliver hope? It delivers ingredients. It delivers space. It delivers warmth, wrapped in dark. Life listens for heat and follows. It has been following for a very long time. Imagine stepping into a city with no sun. The streets are vents and chimneys. The lamps are chemical. The buildings are towers of mineral that grow while you watch. Black water pours from their mouths like smoke. But it is not smoke. It is superheated fluid, saturated with metals and sulfide, mixing with cold seawater under a roof of ice. Where they meet, particles bloom like soot and fall in steady snow, building walls and spires. Black smokers. Nearby, paler vents, white smokers, breathe silica and carbonate, exhaling like warm ghosts. Between them lies the twilight the Snowball allowed. Did vents become life's winter rooms? Walk closer and listen. The flow roars but never shouts. The sea absorbs anger. On the chimneys, films of microbes cling in layers as thin as breath. They eat what the vents offer: hydrogen, sulfide, methane, iron. They make energy not from light, but from the difference between what the vent gives and what the water takes. Chemosynthesis. The word is long. The act is simple. Take a gradient and make a living. Picture a cell shaped like patience. It tolerates heat that would blur your vision. It packs enzymes that do their best work in conditions that ruin ours. Some grow in the black plume where the chemistry is richest. Some sit in quieter eddies, around the lip of a chimney, in water warm as soup, but not yet harsh. Others hide in porous mineral gardens nearby, where fluid has percolated and left behind honeycombs that hold pockets of steady conditions. This is architecture built by geology and furnished by microbes. There are rooms beyond the vents, too. Brine pockets in sea ice hold saltier, denser water that stays liquid at lower temperatures, turning the under-ice world into a honeycomb of micro-lakes. In those tiny chambers, microbes find home. They build antifreeze proteins, tweak their membranes, slow their metabolism to a winter waltz. Some ride with the dust across the surface and live in cryoconite holes, a speck of dark that melts a cup into the ice and becomes a tiny pond, a lens collecting light, chemistry, and time. Even on the white roof, black snow bowls become cradles, Fringe ideas add more rooms. Some imagine geothermal oases along continental margins, long narrow seas protected by ice roofs, but fed by hot springs along rifted coasts, where photosynthesis could nibble at dim light that filtered far through clear blue ice. Others point to thin skins of water between ice and rock, where pressure kept liquid present year-round, lubricating a slow slide and sheltering films of life that ate rock and breathed what the water would give. They sound like myths until you place your palm on a modern ice cave wall and feel water trickle under your skin. Microbes write small, but their story lasts. The minerals they grow on keep a record, iron and sulfur in ratios that tell of feast and famine, carbon isotopes that whisper, made by life, to ears trained to hear such things. Trace shapes, filaments, spheres, trapped in layers of chimney rock, like the city caught a sketch of its tenants before the roof fell. In places where vents once roared and are now silent stone, you can find the fossil breath of chemosynthesis. It is not a mural. It is a margin note, neat and modest, left in case the reader cares. What happens to the ocean above when these rooms thrive in winter? Ingredients leak. Iron and phosphorus escape into surrounding waters. When light returns, whether through slushy skylights in a snowball or fully and fiercely after the cap breaks, the sea is primed, seeded, ready to bloom beyond anything it managed during the long night. A world fed in darkness will burst in color when the first true day arrives. The green surge we will meet later owes part of its appetite to kitchens that never saw a sunrise. You may ask, why didn't everything die? Some things did. Some lineages ended without a word, sealed in ice or salted into brine too harsh to bear. But life is not one voice. It is a choir, with parts that can carry the song when others are silent, vents and brines and cryoconite, and under ice films sang through a long, cold verse. When the music changed, they handed the melody to a sunlit sea. Kneel at the base of a chimney and hold your hand near the flow. You cannot touch it. It will burn and freeze at once. But at the edge you can feel warmth push back against the cold that rules outside. A shrimp brushes your knuckles and vanishes. A filament waves like a grass blade in wind that never stops. This is not comfort. It is endurance, shaped into beauty. You have to learn how to see. There are doubts here, and they are healthy. We do not have fossils of every winter. We have hints, signatures, lab work, with cousins of the ancient that show what is possible, not what was certain. We infer from modern Antarctic brines, from Greenland cryoconite, from deep vents on today's ridges. We test membranes in cold, saline. We watch enzymes in pressure cells. We teach microbes our questions and see which ones survive. The answers we have are sturdy enough to whisper a principle. Give life a gradient and a room, and it will try. Often it will succeed so quietly that later ages have to squint to notice the survival. Now lift your gaze. The chimney garden fades into black. Somewhere above, the subglacial river you followed empties its warmth and leaves its silt. Farther up, dust darkens a slope you will never see from here. Farther still, the sky thickens molecule by molecule. All of it is connected. The patience of gas, the sly work of dust, the hidden geometry of rivers, the quiet cities of vents. When the door opens, and it will, you will hear the sea breathe in. You will see blue where there was white, and you will feel the planet change posture. Microbes write small, but their story lasts. Their handwriting will shape the first bloom, the first surge of oxygen after the long hold, the first steps toward creatures that cast shadows. They have been waiting in winter rooms, keeping the spark. The next time you hear the world thaw, know who held the match. Imagine a sheet of ice without end. No blue bays, no open surf. Only a white ceiling laid over the ocean like glass turned to stone. Now kneel close. Look for the hairline flaws, the places the wind cannot smooth. In those cracks, life holds on. Microbial mats cling like soft paint in a seam. Brines beat along the edges, salty enough to resist freezing. The world looks sealed from far away. Up close, it leaks just enough to matter. How do fragile cells outlast a global icehouse? They trade noise for patience. They make peace with slow. Where roaring fails, a whisper works. Picture a grain of dark dust on the surface. Sunlight warms the speck, and a small cup melts into the ice around it. We call it a cryoconite hole. In that tiny window, water gathers, minerals dissolve, and microbes arrive, blown by wind, carried by the next dust, born from the last melt. The hole becomes a lens, drinking light and holding heat a little longer each day. It is not much. It is enough. In thousands of little basins across miles of bright plain, quiet tanks form. Each one is a room with a door a cell can open, follow a crack down. It widens like a letter you can read with your hand. Under the sheet, brine veins form where the salt was pushed out as sea ice grew. Salt lowers the freezing point. Brine stays, liquid, at temperatures that turn your breath to glass. In those narrow corridors, microbes weave mats as thin as a thought. They build antifreeze proteins that keep ice from biting their membranes. They change the oils in their skin so they flex instead of shatter. They slow their engines. They do not sleep. They idle. Move deeper still and find the river that runs in the dark. Subglacial channels creep along the bed, carved by pressure and warmed by friction. They carry a chemistry kit, iron ground from rock, phosphorus freed by grinding, gases trapped in old bubbles. Along their margins, films and threads of life sit where liquid kisses, ice, and rock. This is not a flood. It is a pulse. The same path finds the same warmth day after day, century after century. Now stand with me at a black smoker under the lid. A chimney of mineral breathes heat and metals into a sea that forgot the sun. Here, life eats gradients. Chemosynthetic microbes take hydrogen, sulfide, methane, and iron and turn them into food. In return, they make a scaffold for other small lives that graze and hide. This city glows without light. It is built out of differences, hot to cold, rich to poor, vent to water. It does not care if the sky is white. It never asked for daylight. Not every refuge is wet. Some is dry and waiting. Spores seal themselves like seeds and ride out the centuries. Cells repair their own torn letters slowly, again and again, using tools coded in a time before the freeze. Others live inside rock, where the crust gives off a constant sifting of heat. They nibble on the stone itself, on the tiny breaths of hydrogen freed when water meets fresh mineral. It is not a feast. It is a budget balanced to the last penny, enough to hold a line through a bad winter. Mainstream science draws this map with field notes from modern ice. We have found brine networks in Antarctic sea ice. We have measured microbes in cryoconite, bowls on Greenland. We have drilled subglacial lakes and tasted life in water that never saw the sky. We have sampled vent chimneys and brought back stones that hummed with cells. The pieces fit. When the world grows quiet and bright, life moves into the cracks, the brines, the vents, the veins. It slows, adapts, and waits. There are fringe whispers, too. Some tell of blue deserts, wide fields of clear, bubble-pour ice that let a soft glow reach shallow waters. Under these skylights, photosynthesis could graze on pale noon for a few months each year. Others imagine geothermal coasts, long bays kept thin by hot springs, where algae could film the underside of the lid like frost. We do not have the whole picture. We have enough to say that sealed is a word of distance. Up close, the world had doors. Myths remember the same lesson with different clothes. Old stories speak of winter rooms, caves where rivers sang under ice and fish never learned summer, where a quiet fire kept the last songs alive. No scribe wrote brine vein or chemosynthesis, but the idea is true. Life does not only live in the open, it also lives in the seams. Imagine the patience this took. Generations that knew no thaw. Lullabies sung in darkness to eggs that would hatch into the same room. A line of cells that never saw daylight, but handed down the same trick. Stretch, time, use less, repair often, find warmth where rock whispers. In a world built to suppress, adaptation became the only music that fit. Now stand, brush frost from your knees, and listen upward. The sky is not silent. Far away, volcanoes lace the stratosphere with haze, dimming the sun. Then the haze clears, and stars sharpen like knives. The same sky can freeze and thaw a planet, if timing is right. The lid that hid life also kept breath. The breath is building. Opposites are making plans. Adaptation whispers where roaring fails, and above that whisper, the air begins to gather a louder note. Picture noon that goes gray without clouds. The sun turns from a coin to a lantern behind thin smoke. Shadows soften. Snow loses its sparkle. Somewhere on a broken ridge, a volcano has sent sulfur into the sky. It climbs high, meets cold, and turns to a mist of tiny droplets, sulfuric veil. Those droplets are mirrors, too, but they hang above the weather and throw sunlight back before it warms the ground. For a year or two, maybe 5, the world cools, the white tightens, the lid grows a little thicker, the air feels older than it should. Then wait. The haze settles. The mirrors fall as acid on a surface that is mostly ice and stone. The sky clears with a hard honesty. Starlight sharpens. The nights get colder because there is nothing to catch the planet's breath. Days feel brighter and poorer. Heat slips away as fast as it comes. But below, the vents keep breathing. Carbon dioxide, exhaled in the same eruption that cast the veil, begins its long, quiet work. Short-term cooling shares a front door with long-term warming. The same mountain writes opposite letters in the same book, and timing decides which page the world reads first. Can the same sky freeze and thaw a planet? Yes, by offering the wrong gift at the right time. Aerosols act fast and fade. Greenhouse gases act slow and last. In a snowball world, where rain is rare and rivers are locked, the quick chill lands on a place already cold, and the long warmth cannot leave because no one is sweeping it into stone. The paradox is not a puzzle. It is a calendar. If the haze comes while the ice is growing, it helps. When it clears, the gas remains and waits for dust and tilt and time to give it leverage. Tilt matters. The planet wobbles like a top over tens of thousands of years. The angle of the spin changes a little. The path around the sun stretches and relaxes. These slow motions shuffle sunlight around seasons and latitudes. On a clear, dry earth, those shuffles bite deeper. A summer that should have been strong arrives weak. A winter that should have been moderate grows teeth. Then another cycle comes, and the sums add differently. No one cycle makes the door swing. The door opens when a dozen small keys turn together. Dust returns to the story like a quiet partner. When the sky is clear and dry, wind has no weight to carry but the ground itself. It strips fine silt from river flats and shelves, writes tan, streaks on the white, and lowers albedo grain by grain. Those faint stains help the sun with its delicate work. Haze and dust are not the same, but they argue with light in similar ways. Haze sends light away before it can help. Dust lets more in where it lands. A planet can carry both, darkening above and below, if the eruptive pulse and the wind align. There are fringe ideas that put the sky's hand on a larger lever. Some speak of cosmic rays and clouds, space weather changing the number of seeds on which cloud droplets form, turning skies slightly brighter or dimmer across centuries. Others picture the solar system drifting through a dusty arm of the galaxy, a grand smear that shaded the sun just enough to cool oceans that were ready to accept the push. These are poems with equations. They're tested, debated, and refined. The firmest part remains this: tiny things, timed well, can shove giants. Now let the haze fade in your mind. The sun returns, but its warmth stays shy. The air is still dry. Nights are still long. The volcanoes keep their steady exhale. Molecule by molecule, the sky gains the ability to hold the day's gift a little longer. You will not notice it in a lifetime. You would if you came back every 10,000 years. Feel it in your bones on the same ridge. The dawn bites slightly less. The noon hangs a breath longer. One day a rain begins that you can hear. It is not the thin sparkle of ice crystals. It is not the dry sigh of snow. It is rain, liquid, heavy, impatient. It hisses where it strikes old ice. It carries acids formed from the very gases that warmed the air. It wakes dust and pulls it downhill. It runs along every faint groove you traced with your eyes and becomes a stream. The first storm is the throat-clearing of a larger voice. Why does warm arrive fast? After so long? Because the system is primed. Albedo is ready to flip. Dust has made footholds. The greenhouse has thickened. The sky that once dimmed the sun now holds its heat. When all of that crosses a quiet line, the world does not thaw politely. It changes, tense. You can see the proof in rocks, thick blankets of warm water stone draped right on top of Ice Age scars. They are called cap carbonates. They look like a sheet thrown over the past all at once. Their story is chemistry in a hurry. Their message is simple. Thaw often arrives like a flood, not a drip. Timing makes allies of opposites. Imagine hiking into a dry canyon and finding a wall that tells two different stories, stacked with no pause between them. The lower part is a jumble, boulders of all sizes mixed with fine grit, scratched stones, a chaos you could feel in your knees. It is glacial, till turned to rock. the debris left by ice that ground and then let go. Right above that mess, without a gap, lies a smooth, pale blanket of limestone, thick, even, ripples frozen in it, like beach sand caught mid-wash. Crystal fans radiate across faces you can touch with your palm. The contact is knife-sharp. Cold, rubble, warm stone. No middle. It looks like a sheet thrown over a sleeping giant. Why do warm water rocks sit atop Ice Age scars? Because when the thaw finally comes, the planet overshoots. The same carbon dioxide that thickened the blanket during the freeze remains in the sky when the sun finally finds the handle. Weather changes gear in a handful of seasons. Rain that was rare becomes common and hard. Rivers that were locked break, free, and chew. They carry a chemical hunger. Water made mildly acid by CO2 eats at fresh rock, like a patient animal, pulls calcium and magnesium into itself, and hurries them to a sea that is warmer by the month. The ocean, receiving, turns those ions into carbonate minerals, limestone, that fall fast and thick. A chemical flood follows a physical one. Walk along the pale layer and read its handwriting. Tiavi structures puff up where crystals grew and pushed the mud from within. Large crystal fans, once aragonite, now replaced, radiate like frozen fireworks, meaning the water was supersaturated with carbonate. You see elephant skin textures where the sediment cracked and curled in sudden dry, sudden wet. These are not the slow notes of a calm lagoon. These are the quick marks of a world in flux, hot then hotter, wet then drier, chemistry climbing a ladder too fast to find a rest. If you listen for numbers without jargon, you can hear the breath of carbon in the stone, the ratio of light to heavy carbon in the carbonate, the D13C in quiet language, dives negative, a fingerprint of a system flushing old dissolved carbon and methane, of a sea gulping and burping as it finds a new balance. That dip sits right at the base of the cap, like a signature. This was not normal. This was a rush. How thick? In places, tens of meters, laid across continents like a quilt, stitched to different beds, but always the same order, till below, cap above. Sometimes there are wave marks that say the water was shallow and warm. Sometimes there are stromatolites, layered domes built by microbes that love sun, starting again where ice once wrote lines. The speed feels wrong, but it fits the physics of a mirror reversed. When white turns to dark, the sun stays. When rain meets fresh rock, rivers run loaded. When shallow seas bathe in warm, carbonate falls like snow. There are alternative verses. Some suggest the caps grew in lagoons, not open shelves, local, not global. Others imagine the chemistry driven by a rise in alkalinity from rocks roasted, by flood basalts, not only by weathering and CO2. There is room in the choir for more than one voice, yet the chorus holds. Sudden thick carbonate atop ice-built debris, across many places, at the same times our other clues say the planet shrugged off its white coat. Think about the sound this would have made. Not the crash of one wave, but the hiss of a million drops on cold surfaces, all at once, day after day. The first rain hisses on ancient ice, carves black paths, and adds its acids to a hungry sea. Rivers draw V-shapes where there were U's. Deltas jump forward into basins that forgot what fresh water felt like. Coastlines move month to month. The air fogs with spray. The sky smells like stone being made. Cap carbonates are not only an end cap. They are a beginning. Their fast fall locks up carbon that had floated free. As they thicken, the sky's blanket begins, slowly, to thin. The planet writes itself a receipt. We borrowed heat against a high CO2. We pay some back. By packing that CO2 into rock, the balance will take time. In the meantime, warmth opens the world. Lakes that were lenses under ice become true water. Hills that were only the shape of pressure become naked and dark. Valleys pull channels like threads. Walk the last meters of pale stone with your palm on the wall. Imagine the water above it, a shallow sunlit shelf, rich with dissolved minerals, rich with promise. The chemistry that laid this sheet has a last surge, then settles. The handwriting grows tighter, thinner. Above, other sediments take over, sands, silts, muds that speak of normal weather and normal waves. Between the rubble below and the ordinary, above lies this bright, quick breath. Proof that thaw often arrives like a flood, not a drip. What happens next when trapped warmth finally wins? Rivers wake and run wild. Ice cliffs fail. Sea level starts to climb stairs. The ocean, freshened and warmed at the top, will need time to turn over. When it does, it will carry iron from the deep into bright places and feed a green hunger that slept for ages. The cap is the overture. The symphony is about to begin. Listen for a sound you have not heard in a very long time. Rain, real rain, drumming on a world that has forgotten how to drink. The first drops fall as a hiss on ancient ice, eating small pits, blackening patches that soak sunlight and keep melting after the cloud has gone. The air is heavy with carbon dioxide, thick enough to hold the day's warmth through the night. The sun wakes to yesterday's gift, still waiting on the ground. Every noon goes a little farther. What happens when trapped warmth finally wins? The planet changes gear in weeks and months, not millennia. On the coasts, ice cliffs slab and roar. Black waterfalls pour off their faces like torn night. Behind them, plateaus of white become fields of blue lakes, then dark rivers, then bare rock. Inland, the squeak of dry snow turns to the hush of slush, then the rattle of gravel underwater. The sound of the world is water learning its voice. Rivers wake and run wild. They do not wander. They seek the fastest fall, the lowest door. Channels that were veins under ice become arches daylight can see. Eskers, once rivers in roofs, stand as ridges, now flanked by streams that use them as guides. Jökullaups, those flood avalanches born of sudden release, become common for a time. Valleys are cut in years that look like centuries. Boulders that the ice had placed with a careful hand are tumbled and stacked by water, rude and fast. Level begins to rise, not like a tide, but like a staircase, with some steps taller than others. Meltwater pours from continents into basins. At first it floats as a thin, fresh lens over heavy, salty depths. The ocean stratifies. Warm light on top, cold dark below. Winds push the surface. The deep sits. For a while, the two waters barely speak. Oxygen in the depths grows scarce. Nutrients pile up like treasure in a locked room. Above, the cap carbonates are falling, locking away part of the greenhouse, telling the sky to calm. Then the mixing begins. It might take decades. It might take centuries. A storm of the right size. A shift in the winds. Enough cooling of the surface at high latitudes to make heavy water sink. The conveyor restarts. Deep water rises, rich in iron and phosphorus, made by rock powder from the melt. The sea, primed for color, answers in green. Blooms spread like waking in a sleeping face. First along edges, then in gyres, then across shelves. Oxygen builds. in the surface water and begins to leak into the air. The breath held during the long winter finds its exhale. On land, the black rock, a glacier left behind, warms like a stove plate. Dust settles on the remaining ice and deepens its pockets. This is the albedo flip making good on its promise. Each day the map of dark grows and the map of white shrinks. Storms change shape. With more moisture in the air, clouds fatten. The first true thunder echoes where only cracking had spoken before. Lightning stitches the sky. Rains cut gullies that will become creeks, then rivers, then braided bands that carry mountains toward the sea. Isostasy, the slow rebound of the crust, adds its own motion. Where ice pressed the land down, the rock now rises like a cushion relieved of weight. Coastlines juggle. Some places drown under the pulse of meltwater, while others lift into air where beach becomes terrace. Lakes form against the rising lips of basins. They fill until they find a low notch, then empty in a day that writes scars 100 kilometers long. The planet is not just warming, it is rearranging its furniture. Life feels the change in 1,000 small ways. Cryoconite cities spill and seed streams. Brine film colonies ride out on ice that fractures and becomes rafts, so then homes, then memories. Vent communities keep their old rules, but now they are not alone in feeding a sea. Sunlight returns under the lids at the edges and teaches old enzymes to run on a new power. Photosynthetic mats sketch their spirals on fresh shoals. Plankton turn iron and light into sugar and shade. The water goes from glass to a very faint green, then brighter, then everywhere a little milky with life. There are dangers in a snap. Too much fresh water too fast can stall parts of the ocean's big engine and make weather fickle. Methane might burp from thawing shelves and salty ponds and add a quick kick to the warming. Rockfalls and landslides run ahead of the thaw like scouts for chaos. But the larger shape is clear. A planet that was balanced toward cold finds itself balanced toward warm and follows where the math points. If you were standing on a hill that used to be a nunatak, a lonely peak poking through ice, you would watch a century of change in a lifetime. The horizon would lower as the cap shrank. Valleys would turn glossy, then dark, then green. You would smell new earth, wet and rich, and the sharp, clean bite of rain on hot rock. You would learn the sound of rivers by day and waterfalls by night. You would see birds on winds that had not carried wings for ages. You would sleep to water and wake to water and measure time in floods. The air remains thick with carbon dioxide at first. It is the blanket that made this possible. Cap carbonates begin to tuck part of it into stone. Forests do not exist yet, but mats and blooms pull their share. Over thousands of years, the sky's heaviness will ease. The planet will remember moderate seasons. But memory is not return. The scars remain. The valleys, the lakes, the smoothed hills dressed in fertile dust. The chemistry remembers. The bands in rocks, the caps on tills, the faint rite of isotopes in shells. The living world remembers. Tricks learned in winter that still sit in genes. Stand with your feet in a new river and your hand on old rock. Feel the chill and the warmth together. Hear the hiss of rain on ice that only just learned how to melt. The great unfreezing is not quiet, but it is soothing in its rhythm. Fall, rush, rest. Fall, rush, rest. A world that was held breath now exhales. It does not empty its lungs all at once. It sighs, then speaks, then sings. Rivers wake and run wild. They write a new map by hand, in water, in a script that will guide everything that comes after. And somewhere down the valley, where this stream will meet thousands of others and give itself to a sea that is learning green again, the next chapter waits. What did the first bloom do to the sky? And what did the sky do to us? Imagine walking into a cathedral made of light. The ceiling glows blue and green, 1,000 feet of ice turned to stained glass by a sun that finally learned how to stay. Every few minutes the roof booms like distant thunder. A crack races across the vault. Chips curl and fall in silver rain. Then with no warning, a pane the size of a house lets go and collapses into darkness. The ground trembles. A cold wind rushes toward you from the mouth of a tunnel. A breath from a world that has been holding its voice for ages. Now look down. The floor is a river you cannot see until it moves. It runs black as ink, glossy as oil, fast enough to carry stones that sound like drums. This water is old. It has waited as snow, as fern, as ice, as lenses trapped in pressure, counting winters, counting breaths, until a line finally broke and said, "Go." Centuries of stillness end in minutes of noise. That is the paradox the thaw loves. A long, slow build, a sudden release. Picture how it starts. On the surface, a shallow pond spreads across dust-darkened ice. Every noon it grows. Every night it skins, but no longer seals. The pond finds a crack, an old fracture, a hairline seam, and pours itself inside. Gravity writes a quick letter downward. The water drops, melts its own throat, and invents a shaft. You could stand in that shaft and see day far above like a coin. We call it a moulin, a mill, because it grinds everything it touches. The first stream becomes a river. The river hunts the lowest path, warming the ceiling as it goes. The ceiling slumps. The path widens. A dark highway appears, where yesterday there was only weight. Under the ice, the road branches like veins. Thin films slide between crystals. Linked cavities nod and pass the pulse along the bed. True tunnels, arched, ribbed, scalloped by flow, cut deeper. They are not carved by tools of steel. They are carved by pressure and heat and time. Each turn is a decision the river makes without asking anyone. When the route meets a hidden lake, centuries old, quiet as sleep, the handshake is brief and the change is loud. A wall gives, a basin empties. The flood that follows is an animal with one thought, downhill. How fast can a canyon be carved? Listen. In the dark, water eats ice like flame through paper. When it bursts into daylight, it meets rock and learns a new hunger. The torrent rips fields into furrows. It throws boulders the size of rooms and leaves them clean as bones. It scours long straight channels into plains that will confuse future wanderers. It stacks sinuous ridges of gravel, eskers, that mark where a river once ran upside down. It cuts a gorge in days that a trickle could not cut in lifetimes. The map redraws itself in rushing lines. You can hear the science in the music. Pressure melting at the base of thick ice makes water even when the air is cold. Friction adds a whisper of warmth with every slow slide. A thicker blanket of carbon dioxide keeps nights from stealing all of the day's gift. Dust lowers the white shield just enough for noon to bite deeper each week. Add one storm, one shaft, one lake with a crack, and quiet turns to architecture. Cathedrals of ice rise and fall in a season. Their ruins are blue halls and black rivers and new valleys still dripping. There are fringe verses to this song. Some imagine full ice-roof rivers, long inland seas concealed beneath the lid, warmed by geothermal lines that lace along old rifts. Others picture a wave of hydrofracture, surface lakes piling so quickly that their weight drives. Fractures all the way to bedrock in hours, like spears of blue that open a dozen roots at once. Whether the work is one spear or 1,000 needles, the result is the same. Speed in a place that pretended to love, only slow. Stand in the doorway of the cave and feel the spray on your face. It tastes like stone and winter and something new. Soil, waking, iron-freed, old bubbles of gas released from a prison of crystal walls. The river carries a chemistry set to the lowlands, silt to build plains, minerals to feed seas, stories to write on the first sandbars that did not exist yesterday. Against the roof, bats of ice cling and let go. The boom comes again. A pillar falls. A room that looked eternal last week is now a lake. You would think such power would be chaos without end. But even floods have habits. The same corridors open each spring. The same basins fill and empty like lungs. The same scars grow deeper, not wider. A pattern emerges inside the noise. The map learns it. The ice learns it too, knitting where it can, healing where it must, but never quite fast enough. The river keeps its appointment with the sea. And beyond these cathedrals, out past the foot of the last white stair, the shore is moving. The line between land and water does not sit anymore. It walks. It walks every moon with the tide, and every year with the thaw. Valleys that held wind and dust now hold salt and light. Bays open their arms into places that were fields and forests of ice. If you follow this river long enough, you will meet an ocean that is rising to remember rooms it has not entered in an age. What does the ocean return when it comes back? The answer waits where waves climb over old footprints and teach the coast a new name. The map redraws itself in rushing lines. Imagine a coastline that refuses to stay put. At dawn, the last of the night's fog lifts and you can see it. A green field, then a brown scarp, then a pale flat spread like a mirror, then a darker band farther out. Those are old shorelines, stacked like steps. Yesterday's beach, last decade's sandbar, the bar from when your grandparents were children. Only here, the grandparents are mountains and the children are centuries. The ocean has started to walk inland, and it is not walking alone. It brings salt. It brings tides. It brings memory. Watch a creek meet the new edge. Where ice once held it in a cold fist, it now loosens its grip and fans into a fistful of channels, each one shining. The sea tastes the fresh water and reaches back, folding into it, turning river into estuary. A drowned valley becomes a harbor. A deep ice-carved trench becomes a fjord. A long blue finger with walls that sparkle where waterfalls stitch them. Shelves that were wide, dry plains for dust storms, are again what they were in older ages. Gentle underwater slopes, where waves will build bars and fish will learn paths. What does the ocean return when it comes back? It returns rooms. Bays that invite mangroves in warm parts of the world and eelgrass in cold. Mudflats that call to birds by the thousands and teach them to land on legs that shake. Reefs that rise where light is just enough and storms are not too many. First, of microbes, in layered mounds, later of corals when time allows. It returns currents that remember the shape of continents. It returns a clock, the tide, that sets a heartbeat in places that had only the long breath of winter. Sea level climbs for two reasons that argue and dance. One is simple. Meltwater adds volume, the other is sly. The land itself moves. Where ice once pressed down, rock rises in slow relief, glacial rebound. So some coasts lift while others drown. To walk along a new shore is to step through a puzzle. Here, a beach marches inland, swallowing a forest of low black stumps. The ghosts of trees that grew where oysters now dream. There, a terrace rises from the spray, and you can see old wave-cut notches 10 meters above your head, neat as ledges in a library, each one a pause in the climb. Listen to how the sea learns the ground. Across a flat shelf, waves pick up sand and move it, grain by grain, building bars, then barrier islands, long low crescents that migrate landward as storms bite their ocean sides and tides fill their backs. Inside those crescents, quiet water gathers, marshes weave, inlets open and close like eyes. In deeper places, where ice carved U-shaped valleys, the sea settles into deep blue, and plankton ride the winds of sound, up, down, up, finding light by day and hiding by night. There are deeper returns, too. The ocean remembers pathways of salt and heat. At the end of the freeze, the surface is fresh and warm, a lid on a colder, older deep. For a time, they barely speak. Then the two begin to trade with care. In the far north or far south, winter air cools surface water enough to make it heavy. It sinks. Somewhere else, deep water rises, rich in iron and phosphorus and stories from rocks ground to flour. This turnover is quiet from the beach, but it writes the future of the coast. A sea that breathes can feed its edges. A sea that holds its breath starves them. Fringe ideas tug at the edges of this picture. Some imagine ancient megatides, stronger than any we know now, pulsing into long bays that used to be continents, spines, with no ice shelves to dull them and no tall reefs to break them. These tides could have sculpted coastlines fast, pouring energy into estuaries until they whistled. Others tell of whale highways, long before whales, deep channels that guided early swimmers through the new basins. A myth with a smile, but one that masks a truth. The sea loves patterns, and it will find them again and again. Stand where the water meets old ground. The sand beneath your feet is new, but it is made of old things. Crystals broken by glaciers, shells ground by stones, dust that crossed a white world in the mouths of winds. Each wave tells a quick story, the way a storyteller clears a throat before the tale begins. Foam slides up your ankles and takes a little of you back. The line of wet darkens and brightens as clouds pass. Inland, the rivers that woke in the last chapter run faster now that the sea has lowered their doors. They bring silt in brown veils and lay it in fans that shift every storm. The first deltas write their letters in big loops and then scratch them out and write them again. The sea answers with longshore drift, taking those letters and smearing them down the coast until the words are new. The book is not ending. The book has just learned to turn pages. With water come guests. Plankton bloom green in sunlit layers and drift toward the land in patterns that color the surface like brush strokes. Crabs test the mud with sideways steps like question marks. Fish nose into salt and out into sweet. carrying a design choice in their gills that will pay off forever. Learn both doors. Birds draw arrows on the sky, stitching the new rooms into a map they will pass to their young. Life meets new rooms it has never seen, and fills them as if it had been waiting in the hall for the door to open, and in the water itself, something brighter is beginning. The sun has more to do now that the lid is thin. Its beams ladder down through clear layers, and in their path, tiny builders wake. They catch the light and turn it into sugar and shade. Oxygen slips from them like a quiet cheer. The green they make is not the end. It is a gate. Did Thaw set the stage for life to grow larger? Watch what color can do when the lights come back on, and the feast begins. Life meets new rooms it has never seen. Imagine standing on a cliff above a sea that has learned how to glitter again. The surface is a living mirror. Sunbeams fall like ladders and do not stop at the first step. They reach down, rungs fading into blue, until they find eyes that had been closed for a very long time. The water brightens. A green blush spreads, a soft stain that grows richer each day. From the air, the pattern looks like brushwork, swirls and eddies painting the shelf. From here, it looks like breath. Plankton are writing the world in color. Each cell is small, so small you could fit 100 in the period at the end of this sentence. But together, they turn light into food and waste into fuel. They drink dissolved carbon and add oxygen to the water like a secret. They steal iron, dropped by the winds and sent up by deep currents. They build shells of silica and carbonate, as tiny as dust and as tough as promises. Then they die, and their bodies fall, snowing in the dark. That rain of bodies matters more than it seems. It is a rope that pulls carbon from the sky to the seafloor and ties it there for a while. Did Thaw set the stage for life to grow larger? Yes, but not alone. The stage needs boards and lights and air. The boards are nutrients: phosphorus, nitrogen, iron, gifts of fresh weathering and deep upwelling. The lights are clearer skies and longer open water seasons at high latitudes. The air is not just above us. It is in the water itself. Oxygen spreads where plankton work and where the sea can mix. When it finds the seafloor, it changes the rules. Mud turns from a quiet storehouse to a place where new chemistry can happen. Creatures that like to move, small worms, shy burrowers, begin to till it. Their tunnels undo the old quiet and invite more oxygen to stay. The floor starts to breathe. Science offers names for the big breaths, oxidation events, rises and pulses that left their mark in red rocks and sulfur ratios. You don't need the names to feel the shift. It is the difference between a library with windows that barely open and one with doors that roll wide in a breeze. Bigger bodies need more fuel and more oxygen to run that fuel. They need space and light and a floor that can bear weight. For a long time, none of that was easy. Now, finally, it is easier. There are signals in stone for this change. Iron formation bands, those red-gray stripes from breathless seas, fade out as oxygen in the deep makes dissolved iron rust before it can gather. Sulfur and carbon isotopes tell of a cycle with fewer strange pauses, fewer huge gulps and burps, more steady work. Black shales, rich with dead plankton that fell faster than the water could eat them, pile in some basins, proof of blooms so rich the sea could not keep up. Above those layers, sand and lime return, built by waves that had to be pushing creatures as well as grains. Fringe stories lean in here, soft-spoken and curious. Some say cosmic rays nudged cloud cover a little and gave light a little more room on some days. Others tell of currents reorganizing in ways no one expected, setting up long-term rhythms that favored light in places that had been dim. Another story is older and stranger. Tiny tools inside cells, genes that tell bodies how to shape themselves, were tinkered with in the dark winter, and when the lights came back, those tools were ready to try bolder designs. Hawk's genes, switches and rulers, the alphabet of shape. It is not the whole answer. It is a door. Stand at the edge of a tidal flat at dusk and watch the water flash with life. A fish turns and the surface becomes a sheet of silver. A swarm of tiny creatures pulses, and the green deepens as if the sea took a slow breath. Somewhere offshore, a patch goes from olive to bright jade in a day. If you listened hard enough, you could almost hear the photos. Click, 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 as every cell does the same simple thing in the same gentle rhythm. The oxygen they make does not only feed them. Some of it lakes upward and gathers where it can stop the worst of the sun's harshest light, the ultraviolet that slices bonds and frays codes. A thicker ozone roof means more confidence in the shallows. Soft bodies come closer to the surface without fear. Eggs let themselves be laid in places that would have been cruel. The colors you see are not just pretty. They are invitations. The small prepare a feast for the big. Copepods graze the green and turn it into muscle. Jelly-like drifters glide through beams and collect what others miss. Tiny shells load the sea with grit that will become sand and chalk. The next step is waiting in the wings, shapes that chase and bite and build armor, bodies that borrow the minerals rivers are giving and make them part of themselves. The green is only the overture. The first chorus is about to start. Before it does, look down again at the ladder of light. It reaches deeper today than it did last week. The water is clearer because the big fans at the surface, storms and currents, have set a rhythm the plankton can dance with rather than fight. A school of small things moves like a thought and then splits. 2 thoughts. 4. In the mud, a trail curls and vanishes, a sign that someone shy has been learning how to dig and breathe and search. We are at the hinge of the story where rooms are full and air is kind and possibility is loud. The question comes back as a whisper. What wakes complexity? Pressure does, plenty does, light does. So does the memory of hardship written into a million quiet winters. In the calm after the flood, simple bodies start to try new shapes. Shells and spines dream in the dark. The sea listens. The score in front of it is blank and ready, and just beyond the shelf, where the bottom drops into blue and the beams become stripes you can count, the rhythms quicken. The small have set the table. The big are coming. The small prepare a feast for the big. Imagine a stage at night. The curtains are thin. Behind them you can see silhouettes moving, soft and simple at first, then stranger. The lights rise very slowly, and the shapes step out into a world they have not seen before. Some look like fronds, leafless trees, planted in the sand. Some like quilted discs, some like soft ribbons that ripple, as if remembering water before water was kind. These are the first experiments. Ediacaran bodies wearing ideas without bones. Simple bodies try new shapes because the room finally allows it. Oxygen near the bottom blunts the old limit that kept size small. Food is dependable now. The green machines above feed rain to the dark. The seafloor is no longer a sealed vault. It is a garden, grazed and tilled by things that want to move. Pressures gather from 3 directions at once: to eat, to not be eaten, to build a body that can do both while growing larger, faster, stranger. Pressure creates possibility. Watch the first attempts at defense and appetite. A soft mat becomes a rolled tube and learns to push, to gulp, to find. A ribbon grows teeth made of rock dust glued with protein, tiny hardened bumps, then plates, then scrapers. Another body takes a different path. It borrows from the river's gifts and grows a shell. The shell is simple at first, a cap, like a thumb, then a cone, then a suit of scales. The ocean discovers armor, and armor changes the game. The chemistry of the world helps. Weathering has poured calcium and carbonate into the sea. Those ions are tools waiting for hands. A cell that learns to move them with a pump can make a wall. A wall can become a shelter can become a spine. Soon there are spicules sprinkled in mud, tiny glass needles that once held up jelly towers. There are plates fallen from backs, like snow from roofs. There are tracks and trails, scratches and spirals. The first graffiti on a floor that had been quiet for too long. Predators arrive. The word is heavy, but the bodies are small. A mouth with muscles becomes a question mark with teeth. A swimmer that twitched becomes a flicker with aim. An arms race begins, and evolution finds a gear it had not used often. Fast. Fear writes beauty. Speed writes symmetry. Hardness writes excess. The Cambrian surge is not a single explosion. It is a long, rich ignition. Many burners lighting across the stove in a pattern that looks like one flame from far away. Science stacks reasons for the surge like stones that fit well. Oxygen up, nutrients steady, genes ready. Those genes are switches and measures, the Hawk's toolkit that tell a body what is left, right, near, far, front, back. They do not start from scratch. They are old, tuned for small, but under new light and new pressure, they say yes to more. Segments appear, repeated parts that can specialize, jaws, legs, wings in a very slow future. Eyes sharpen from pits to pearls to mirrors with lenses. The sea grows gaze. Fringe ideas walk along the edges and ask kind questions. Did the long winter prune the tree of life so hard that the new growth had room to branch? Did brine and vent? Cities teach chemistry that made building shells easier once rivers gave the raw material. Did cosmic rhythms, tides, or even the moon at a slightly different distance make the shallows better training grounds for movement? None of these ideas stands alone, but together they remind us complexity does not need one reason. It needs a network that holds when it pulls. Picture a morning in the Cambrian shallows. The floor is tracked with loops and slashes. A worm lifts its head and senses the current, and in that moment it invents direction. A trilobite steps, 1,000 legs like soft rain, and its shadow writes a coin on the sand. A creature with a mouth like a pine cone drifts and then snaps. A sponge breathes. A lace of tiny tubes grows over a shell and starts a garden. If you could lower your face to the water, you would see a bloom of motion that makes the green underneath look slow. Pressure creates possibility, and possibility creates a chorus. The symphony is not gentle all the time. Things die more often, now because more things can kill. But the music is richer. Roles appear: hunter, filter, crawler, Burrower, grazer, builder, ecosystems sketch themselves with chalk and then ink. Mistakes are common and priceless. Many lineages end in a season and leave only a feeling in the stone, a curve with no name. But others hold, and from them come forms you would know by touch, if not by eye. Backbones in seed, jaws in blueprint, lungs as a rumor. Look up from the bottom and see the light stripe the water. It reaches farther each decade as life learns to clear its own window, plankton sized right for grazers, grazers sized right for things with armor, armor sized right for teeth that can crack it. Far offshore, deep basins still sort their silt and chalk in quiet layers. Near shore, waves pound and teach balance. Between these edges, experiments run all night. We are close enough to hear echoes we understand. A fin that stiffens and flexes, a mouth that pauses before it strikes, a cluster of cells that decides to become an eye, and then builds a better one for a child. The chorus is still an ocean away from us, but the melody is familiar in a way that makes the hair on your arms lift. Pressure creates possibility. It did in the freeze. It does in the feast. In the next turns of the world, this chorus will invent forests, wings, thunder on land made by herds, and songs made by throats. But before all that, pause with the first applause of waves on new shores, and ask a soft question. If a winter could sculpt the first chorus, what other hidden seasons carved the verses we stand inside today? And which note, still unheard, is the one that will pull us forward next? Imagine heat pressing on your shoulders like a shawl. Cicadas drill the afternoon. Palm shadows sway across red stone. And yet, etched into this warm latitude hillside, is a valley with the wrong shape for heat. It is not the V of a river nibbling at rock. It is a broad U, sides planned smooth, floor wide and flat, as if some slow, blunt blade once passed through here and scraped the world clean. You run your fingers along the wall. Parallel scratches, striations, catch your skin. They all point the same way, not toward the pole, but toward the equator. The sun says tropics. The stone says winter. Why do warm latitude stones wear cold weather marks? The paradox sits quiet in your palm, a cobble polished on one side, faceted like a jewel by grit trapped beneath ice, a rock with a groove straight as a ruled line, a lone boulder perched in fine mud with no nearby cliff to explain it. A river did not bring that giant here. A raft of ice did, then melted and dropped its passenger, what geologists call a drop stone, onto soft sediment that sagged under the weight. The sea above must have carried ice. The ice above must have drifted far from cold. The warm place is wearing a cold label. Walk farther, and the language expands. You find a jumble of sizes frozen into one bed. Pebbles, cobbles, boulders, flour-fine dust. No sorting by water, just a dump as if a glacier loosened its fist. That unsorted mix is till, now turned to rock, tillite. Above it, without a pause, lies a pale, thick blanket of limestone, warm water cap carbonate draped like a sheet over rubble. The contact is knife-sharp, cold, then warm, scar, then drape. You can place your hand across the boundary and feel the change, as if time itself turned a page. Stoop, where the wall is fresh in the fine layers above the drop stone. Varves, summer-winter couplets, ripple like the lines inside a shell. A quiet sea, season by season, accepted silt and clay. Then a rock fell through from a raft of ice, stabbed into the soft layers, and splayed them upside down. The story is slow, punctuated by sudden. The diary writes in whispers and exclamation marks. Here's another clue, less obvious but louder once you hear it. Magnetism, tiny minerals in mud, aligned to the Earth's field when they settle. Later, when that mud is stone, we can read the orientation like a compass preserved in clay. In outcrops like this, those compass needles say low latitude. The scratches say glacier. The low latitude needles and the glacier scratches together say something once felt impossible. Ice at the equator, or very near it. A mirror Earth, white down to its waist. A snowball. You step back and let the scene widen. The U-shaped valley that shouldn't be here is not alone. Across continents in bands of the same age, similar scars appear. Scratched pavements, erratics, stranded where no local cliff can account for them. Tills overlain by cap carbonates, banded iron formations returning after a long absence like an old refrain. In some places, you can trace a glacial surface, polished and grooved, then walk a few paces and place your hand on rippled limestone formed in warm, shallow seas, cold to warm with no middle chapter left in stone. The switch feels abrupt, even if the true turning took years. Field notes become the planet's diary. A sketch of striations here links to a photograph of a dropstone there. A thin section under a microscope shows grains scraped and cracked in ways water cannot manage. A paleomagnetic angle ties these rocks to latitude. A chemical ratio, the carbon isotopes inside the cap, dives negative, as if the ocean gulped and burped during a fast thaw. Each note feels small. Together they hum the same song. Of course, the Earth is large and patient enough to braid many rivers of evidence into a single braid of story, and to hide threads on purpose. Some outcrops are battered by later events. Some signatures blur. But on days like this, with heat in your hair and a glacial groove under your thumb, the past seems to lean close and speak clearly. Once, even here, weight pressed down and slid. Once, even here, the white reached. You walk along the valley floor, now filled with scrub and salt grass. Every 20 steps, another scratch catches sunlight. In your notebook, you mark bearings: 170, 170, 180. The lines agree with each other as if they were sailors reading the same star. They point not to a mountain in the distance, but to an idea, flow toward the equator from a cap that was heavy enough to move across continents, indifferent to what the present climate declares. There are moments when the field turns to a courtroom. A colleague will ask, could a landslide scrape this? Another will say, could a local glacier reach this far in a cooler, not a global deep freeze? Good questions. You test them against the mix of sizes, the faceted stones, the dropstone sag, the cap carbonate drape, the magnetic compasses frozen in clay. One by one, the alternative tales weaken. One sticks. A planet that grew bright enough to invite ice to the equator, and then gathered enough breath to let it go. Even the sound of your pencil on paper feels like a small chisel in deep time. You are carving notes on behalf of the world, recording that in a place where palms prosper, ice once ruled. Later these lines will travel, into classrooms, into maps, into animated reconstructions that show continents clothed in white, where blue should be. Today, they are simply truth caught in light. Stand at the mouth of the valley and look out at green hills that roll like slow surf. Imagine them under a white lid that squeaked under wind and cracked under sun. Imagine the first Rain hissing on ancient ice when the lid finally thinned. Imagine rivers cutting where no rivers could run before. That future is another chapter. For now, the page you hold is this: hot air, cold history. And with this page in hand, you will leave the quiet of stone for the quieter storm of voices. In rooms that smell of chalk and coffee, in deserts that smell of dust and light, geologists will trace threads across continents and argue with love about how deep the winter went. Snowball or slushball, how frozen was frozen. The ledger leans one way, questions linger. The diary is thick. The margins are lively. Turn the page. Evidence leans. Questions linger. Picture a classroom lit by afternoon, maps tacked to walls like sails. On the table, thin slices of rock shining under lights, a tray of faceted clasts, a photograph of a polished pavement from the tropics. A professor draws a globe and colors white where ice once lay. A student raises a hand. All of it? The room tilts toward the question the field insists on, and the heart resists. Was the ocean sealed from pole to pole, a true snowball, or did ribbons of open water persist? A slushball's seams. Now shift the scene to a wind-peeled desert shoulder where three geologists squat by an outcrop. One taps a cap carbonate with a hammer and watches dust drift away like breath. Another points at the tillite below. The third spreads a map and traces a finger along paleomagnetic lines that say low latitude. The sky says heat. The stone says ice. The mind says choose a model. Fully locked or mostly locked, and then spends years learning how not to fall in love with the first answer. Snowball argues yes. A hard lid over the ocean, continents armored, albedo so strong that the sun's daily wage slid off into space. With most of Earth's surface a mirror, the planet stayed cold until volcanoes stacked greenhouse gases high enough to smother the winter. Evidence: dropstones in tropical marine rocks, worldwide till lights, the reappearance of banded iron formations, as if the deep sea ran out of oxygen and could again carry dissolved iron, which later rusted in pulses when light returned. And those cap carbonates, thick and sudden, sitting straight on glacial scars, worldwide, whispering of a rapid, planet-wide thaw. Slushball counters, not everywhere, not always. Even bright worlds have seams. Winds can crack ice. Tides can draw leads along coasts. Volcanoes melt polynyas that stay open through long winters. Photosynthetic life needs light. The rock record hints that at least some light reached seawater, under clear, bubble-poor ice, or through seasonal seams. And biology bears witness of survival patterns that fit a world with skylights, a planet frozen almost everywhere, almost all the time, but streaked with corridors where motion and light persisted. Both sides bring handholds. Snowball fits the starkness of the cap carbonate contact. Cold rubble, warm drape, no gradual slope of sediments to ease the turn. It fits the global spread of glacial markers and the deep chemical breaths written in carbon isotopes. Dives negative. At the base of the cap, a sign of quick carbonate precipitation under heavy CO2 air. Slushball fits varves and wave ripples that imply open water near ice, fits fossils of microbes that likely needed light, fits the idea of under-ice lakes and subglacial rivers keeping parts of the ocean in circulation. The debate sharpens around details that feel like riddles. If the ocean was sealed, how did iron reach the deep to make those bands? Did anoxic water build up under the lid? If it wasn't sealed, why are the caps so sudden and thick? Did a greenhouse surge flip albedo fast, turning seams into highways? How long did each glacial episode last? The Sturcian and the Marinoan, names like old ships, may have carried passengers for millions of years each, with intermissions warmer and wetter than any classroom model draws cleanly. A whiteboard fills with arrows. On one side, orbital wobbles and tilts, faint young sun paradoxes, albedo feedbacks. On the other, dust on snow, blackened ice, absorbing enough warmth to pry open local seas. Geothermal oases along rifts, rivers beneath ice that laced continents and delivered nutrients to slushy shelves. Someone circles photosynthesis under ice and writes clear blue window beside it. Another writes cryoconite and underlines it twice. Everyone agrees on this. Small features can push large systems when timing and position align. There is humility in the field that the classroom cannot replicate. On a ridge in Namibia, a team walks from till to cap in 10 steps and argues in smiles. In South Australia, a hand lens reveals TP structures in the cap carbonate, evidence of rapid precipitation and swelling. In Canada, a glacial pavement surfaces under spruce roots, its striations straight as sheet music. Each place is a verse in a song that must be sung with many voices to make sense. Fringe ideas offer harmony and dissonance. Some speak of an orange sky thick with methane haze before the freeze, a mirror of a different kind that cooled the tropics until ice found footholds. Then, when oxygen rose, the haze collapsed and the earth brightened into a deadly white. Others suggest cosmic dust, veils or changes in Earth's magnetic shield, modulated clouds, tipping climate soft and then hard. Not all survive cross-examination. Some linger because they remind us not to make the past too tidy. What does the evidence lean toward? If you trace the diary across basins and ages, the weight favors a world that was bright and bound. Ice reaching the equator, oceans largely capped, albedo high, greenhouse gases trapped, thaw rapid when it came. But within that lean, seams make sense. A hard snowball with local, seasonal eyes that winked open. A slush ball that in hard years looked like a snowball from space. A gradient of states over time, not a switch stuck in one position. Back in the classroom, the professor erases the hard white and draws a new map. Thick lines for certainty, thin lines for inference, dotted lines for hopes. Students add sticky notes, drop stones here, cap here, magnetics say equator, until the globe becomes confetti. It is a good kind of mess. The planet is not a puzzle with one crisp solution. It is an orchestra whose instruments are scattered through time. You collect them and coax them to play the same key. The debate does not end. It matures. Papers add decimals to ages, pixels to maps, nuance to narratives. The thrill stays. It is the same thrill you felt with your hand on a tropical striation, the joy of being contradicted by stone, then taught by it. Tonight, you will close your eyes and see white stretching past the waste of the world, and below it, seams that whisper motion. And if ice found its way to the equator, and if it left in a rush, what else was stacked under those changes? Gases, heavy and light, hazes that dimmed and cleared, sleepers in the deep, methane trapped in ice cages, waiting for a spark. We argued with stones. Now we will argue with mirrors and breath and chance. Many levers, one outcome. Imagine the ocean floor as a library of cold, quiet shelves. On them sit cages made of water, lattices so tight that they trap a small guest inside each room. Methane. These clathrates sleep in the dark, stable if pressure is high and temperature low. They store a gas made by microbes digesting what drifts down and by deep chemical conversations within the crust. As long as the shelves stay cold, the library is calm. But change the thermostat, tilt a lamp, and the cages begin to fidget. Hidden methane, flip the climate switch. The picture is a web, not a lever. But follow one strand. In a chilly world with an anoxic deep ocean, methanogens, microbes that breathe in ways strange to us, can prosper in the mud and send methane up through the water. In an atmosphere with little oxygen, methane survives long enough to matter, enough of it, and the sky can grow a photochemical haze, a thin veil like Saturn's moon Titan, an orange mirror that scatters sunlight and cools the surface. Cooling invites more ice. More ice brightens the planet. Brightness invites more cooling. A path into a deep freeze opens by way of a greenhouse gas. Paradox playing its favorite game. Now turn the card. As oxygen rises, whether from long, slow photosynthesis or a burst after a thaw, the same methane's lifespan shortens. The haze thins. The mirror fades. More sun reaches the ground. If clathrates then warm and belch, methane surges into air, and for a brief, bright moment, it warms. Fast, stronger per molecule than carbon dioxide. But methane does not linger. It oxidizes to CO2 and water within years to decades in an oxygenated sky. The quick warmth hands the baton to the slow warmth. CO2 that can stay for centuries to millennia. The flicker can become a glow. Chance plays at every node. A slope failure on a continental margin can stir and release clathrates. A change in currents can bring warm water tongues to shelves that never tasted such heat and wake sleeping cages. A volcanic pulse can lace the sky with aerosols that cool fast and with gases that warm slow. Orbital wobbles adjust the stage lights. Tilt stronger, summers bite deeper. Tilt weaker, summers spare. Winters hold. Dust storms darken ice in one hemisphere, while the other carries a cleaner shield. Each event alone is a nudge. Together, timed just so, they can shove. Think of mirrors beyond haze. Fresh snow is a nearly perfect one. It throws most light back. Dirty snow is a compromised mirror, more willing to drink sun. Sea ice with melt ponds is a broken mosaic, bright and dark together, absorbing at the edges, resisting in the middle. Ash from distant volcanoes can dust the mosaic and invite noon in. Desert dust can cross an ocean and seed clouds that thicken the planet's bright coat or thin it, depending on how, where, and when droplets find their seeds. Tiny grains tilt, wide balances. There are stories at the edge of science that carry lessons even if they don't fully hold. Some imagine lightning igniting methane plumes at the surface of seas, a brief flash that writes nothing lasting in stone, but reminds us that release can be chaotic. Others picture submarine landslides cascading like avalanches through canyoned slopes, stirring hydrate deposits into water columns that then bubble and bloom. The details may be rare. The principle is steady. Stress a system at many scales, and it will find every way to answer. What does the ledger say for Snowball times? Hazes may have helped the world chill by cutting tropical sun before ice fully spread, then vanished when oxygen rose or climates shifted. Clathrate release may have amplified warm swings once thaw began, adding a quick kick before CO2 volcanic and recycled, took over as the main warming blanket. The rock record's biggest signatures, cap carbonates, carbon isotope dives, iron bands, speak loudest of CO2 and oxygen. Methane's voice is trickier to hear in stone, but in models and modern analogs, its whisper matters, especially at thresholds. Picture the moment a shelf of hydrates crosses a line. Temperature up a degree in water that touches it. Pressure eased by sea level falling during glaciation or by isostatic rebound as ice lifts its weight off the crust. Tiny cracks open, bubbles thread upward. If the sea above is capped by ice, some of that methane dissolves and feeds microbes instead of the sky. If the sea is open in slushy belts, some reaches air and shines briefly as heat. The system is not uniform, that is its trick. It uses patchwork to move quickly. Mirrors and breath talk to each other. A dust-darkened patch swallows light and melts sooner. The pond it makes breathes water vapor and CO2, both soft blankets. The pond grows, its edges drink more sun, nearby ponds link, and a field becomes a lake. Meanwhile, a clear, dry sky over another region cools the ground at night so sharply that it holds ice that should have left. Mismatched mirrors, some dark, some bright, make paths for chance to walk. When we tell this story, we keep our verbs quiet, our subjects many. No single trick freezes a world. No single sneeze thaws it. Many levers, one outcome. A bright earth that swung hard toward white. Then, fed by volcanoes' steady breath, dust's sly work, methane's fast flicker, orbital timing's patient push, swung back toward blue and green. In that swing, another hand turns, too slow for headlines and too sure for doubt. Mountains rise. Rocks weather. Rivers carry invisible cargo to the sea. Carbon locks into stone. The thermostat you cannot wind by hand. The one with the longest gears clicks forward. We have been whispering about quick mirrors and fast gases. Now we walk toward the slow machine that underlies them all. The longest hands turn the largest wheels. Picture a chain of mountains under a thin moon. Their shoulders shine where fresh rock breaks the skin of older slopes. Even in summer, the air here tastes like cold metal. Rain drifts in, lingers as mist, then moves on. Each drop that lands becomes a worker with a single task. Take carbon from sky to stone. Not fast, not loud, but always. Can slow geology steer fast climate? You do not have to make it romantic to make it true. Start with a fact that reads like a spell. When rainwater meets carbon dioxide, it makes a weak acid. That acid eats silicate rocks, basalt, granite, liberating. Cations like calcium and magnesium. Rivers carry those dissolved ions to the sea. There, they meet carbonate and become limestone and dolomite, minerals that lock carbon away for spans longer than empires, longer than species, sometimes longer than mountain ranges. Weathering draws down CO2, burial keeps it down, over hundreds of thousands to millions of years. This is a thermostat. Turn up temperature, weathering runs faster. Turn down, it slows. A negative feedback built into stone. Now add placement. Continents are not just passengers, they are switchboards. Put a wide swath of land in the tropics, and you place the planet's rain engine over fresh rock. Warm air holds more water, so tropical belts are wet. Wet warmth makes chemical weathering efficient. Basaltic provinces in the tropics are especially hungry. They eat CO2 like a furnace eats wind. In deep time, when supercontinents rifted and left vast volcanic provinces near the equator, weathering could draw down greenhouse gases hard, slowly priming the world for ice. When continents huddled near poles, weathering slowed, and CO2 could build. Geography is geology singing climate in a low key. Mountains help by lifting rock into the rain. Uplift is not just scenery. It is a conveyor that brings fresh, unweathered minerals to the surface where acid can work. Think of the Himalaya rising as India crunched into Asia, a long collision that made peaks and temples, and also an enormous weathering engine that may have cooled the world across millions of years. Think of basalt floods, like the Deccan and the Siberian traps. When they sit in warm, wet latitudes after they cool, they become CO2 sponges even as their eruptions once belched CO2 into air. The sign flips with time. The same rocks that warm a world in youth can help cool it in age. Rivers are the fingers of this clock. They carry dissolved loads you cannot see, millions of tons each year, to the sea, where shells and lime mud turn invisible into stone. Each clam that builds a shell participates in this ledger. Each grain of ooze on the abyssal plain is a receipt, where plates dive at subduction zones. Some of that carbon returns to the deep, and may come back to air through volcanoes centuries to eons later. The cycle is a slow breath. Inhale into rock, exhale through fire. Over Snowball spans, it is the inhale that matters most. Hear the thermostat click in your mind. A bright, icy earth reflects sunlight and cools. Weathering slows because the plumbing is frozen, and the acid makers, rains and soils, are scarce. CO2 from volcanoes has nowhere to go but up. It accumulates. Slowly, the sky thickens. Warmer air wakes thin rains that scratch at fresh rock along edges and nunataks. The acid nibble resumes. Dust on ice darkens the mirror. The feedbacks nest like dolls. When warmth wins enough ground, weathering races out to meet it and pulls. CO2 back down. The thermostat overshoots, wobbles, and finds a new set point for a time. Fringe ideas lace this slow story with bright threads. Some imagine continents as kettles. When they split, mid-ocean ridges lengthen and outgas more CO2. When they jam, ridges shorten and exhale less. Others point to carbon highways in deep time, mountain belts that opened rivers across whole continents, accelerating weathering in geological heartbeats. Even the evolution of land plants, far later than snowball events, rewired the thermostat by digging into rock with roots and making soils that supercharge weathering. Not our era yet in this tale, but a reminder that life often reaches for the thermostat with gentle, persistent hands. There is a tactile version of all this. Pick up a piece of fresh basalt, heavy, dark, fine-grained. Drip a little weak acid on it in a lab. Watch it fizz less than limestone but more than granite. See ions slip into solution. Now crush it to sand. The same mass weathers faster because surface area grew. Grind it to flour, and you have the stuff glaciers make and rivers carry. Rock meal, ready to feed blooms in the sea and to be woven into carbonate stone. Grain size is a dial on the thermostat, too, and ice turns it. Stand on a ridge of young mountains and look seaward. In the middle distance, a river threads glitter into a plain. Farther, a shelf waits to receive and turn, dissolves into rock. Beyond, a mid-ocean ridge draws a gentle line of fire across the world's floor. Under your feet, a metamorphic seam squeezes water from stone. Everything is moving, only very slow. The chill you feel is not the wind. It is awe for machines that do not need us to work. Can slow geology steer fast climate? The honest answer is that fast remains fast, and slow remains slow, but slow sets the terms. Orbital breath, dust, methane, mirrors. They nudge the day, the century, the millennia around a mean. Continents and their weathering engines move the mean. They decide on which side of a threshold those nudges will fall. In Snowball times, they put the world within reach of brilliance and within reach of thaw. The longest hands turn the largest wheels, and the shortest hands feel the motion. As you descend from the ridge, evening gathers in folds. Rivers whisper louder. Somewhere, rain begins on a line of peaks and starts its work on tomorrow's stone. In basements, lights flick on in classrooms where debates from earlier chapters continue with better maps and calmer voices. On tropical hills where U-shaped valleys keep their quiet, geckos cross striations without knowing they are walking on winter, and far offshore, cap carbonates rest under an ocean that breathes more evenly now. The thermostat is not a switch you flip once. It ticks, hesitates, ticks again, sometimes stalls, sometimes races, always tied to mountains and seas and the shape of wandering lands. If you place your palm on any rock long enough, you can feel it, not as a beat, but as a certainty. The planet is not a victim of chance. It is a craftsman of balance. It just works on a bench built from eons. The longest hands turn the largest wheels, and their motion, patient and sure, is the quiet drum under every bright or bitter season still to come. Imagine the planet as a chest that rises and falls, not in seconds, but in ages. Freeze, thaw, pause, again and again, a breath you can only see when you step far enough back. From this height, deserts bloom, then vanish, forests march, then kneel. Ice learns the edges of continents like a pianist, learning a scale. The pattern is gentle from afar and wild up close. The paradox is simple and strange. Why does a world find stability by passing through stress? Picture dawn on a shoreline of stone. The rock glows peach. Waves whisper. Nothing here looks violent. Yet the cliff was lifted by forces deep below, and the sand was ground from mountain bones by water and wind and ice. Even the quiet is made by motion you cannot see. The planet keeps time with many clocks. Some tick fast, storms, seasons, single floods that cut new channels in a night. Some tick slow. The lean and wobble of Earth's axis, the stretch and squeeze of its path around the sun, the slow crawl of plates that carry continents like rafts across a dark sea. Together the clocks compose a rhythm, cycles of stress that do not break the world, but teach it how to hold. Consider the ice breath. When summers cool just a little, snow that should melt lingers. It piles, packs, and becomes ice. White spreads. White is a mirror. The mirror throws sunlight back to space, which cools the air, which invites more white. The planet turns brighter, and the brightness feeds itself. Yet inside that brightness, tiny edges darken, dust on snow, rock hills poking through, pools of melt that glitter blue. They drink light, melt more, widen, connect. The mirror learns to fracture, cyclings within cycles, a push, a pause, a counter-push. Volcanoes add another note. When they roar, Ash drifts high, turns sunlight away, and cools the ground in seasons. But beneath the ash lies a slower breath, carbon dioxide, rising from magma like a deep sigh. That gas holds heat for centuries. If the world is bright and cold, and rain is rare, that heat cannot be drawn down by weathering into stone. It accumulates, patiently. Molecule by molecule, a blanket thickens. The mirror remains bright, until a day when a line is crossed, and sunlight that once fled finally stays. Then thaw comes as if a bough jumped to a brighter string. Water runs, rivers write new lines. The planet exhales, life listens to the rhythm and learns. In hard winters, cells slow and hide in brines, in vents, in rocks that leak heat like a house with one small stove. In gentler ages, algae climb sunbeams and paint the sea green. Fish try fins in shallows. Forests invent shade. Stress prunes. Abundance experiments. Both shape what survives. You can feel these patterns even in your own body. Think of your breath when you lie still at night. It slows. It deepens. It holds, then releases. The hold is not danger. It is part of the shape. So it is with the planet. Hold, release, hold. Each pause, writing conditions for the next move. That is why stability grows from cycles of stress. A system that never bends will shatter when something finally asks it to. A system that bends and learns remembers how to return. There are more clocks. Ocean currents flip like coins in slow motion, carrying heat from one side of the map to the other. Continents gather into supercontinents and break apart along molten seams. When they crowd the tropics, warm rain eats rock and tucks carbon into stone. When they drift poleward, the air dries, weathering slows, and carbon lingers to warm again. Dust sails on winds and darkens white at just the wrong time, or the right time, depending on which future the planet is leaning toward. Even the sky's clarity has its rhythm. Sometimes it is hazy, volcanic veils, smoke, dust, softening the sun. Sometimes it is cruelly clear, letting heat rush away at night. Both states visit. Neither stays. The balance is not a fence the world sits on for long. It is a path the world walks, left foot, right foot, over ground that rises and falls. What patterns hint at what comes next? The answer hides in the way the clocks couple. When a tilt cycle lines up with a current flip, with dust, with volcanoes, with a geography of fresh rock and rain, the path turns sharp. When they scatter, the path smooths. We live in the long quiet between the loudest notes of deep time. Yet quiet is not the end of rhythm. It is a rest that sets up the next phrase. If you listen carefully, you can hear that phrase practicing in today's ice. Greenland's blue, lakes pulse. Antarctica's buried rivers whisper in the dark. Caps thin and thicken with winds and seasons, while deep beneath them, old stories repeat in young voices. Are we watching younger versions of very old tales? The answer is not an alarm bell. It is something softer and steadier. Yes, the shapes are the same, the scales are different, and the lessons are familiar. Patterns hint at what comes next. Picture a summer noon on Greenland. The surface is white, except where it isn't. Patches of sapphire spread like spilled ink. Each blue lake holds a sky of its own, ruffled by wind, ringed by white walls melting into lip and ledge. Sit and listen. A distant pop, like knuckle bones, then a crack travels across ice you thought was still. The lake finds a seam. Water spins in a slow spiral, then rushes to the center and drops. A round portal opens, a moulin, a throat of blue that swallows a river whole. The lake falls in hours. The sound it makes is new and ancient at once. Centuries of snow turned to water. Water turned to speed. Follow the flow in your mind. It bores down, melts its own path, and arrives beneath the ice where it runs black in vaulted tunnels. It lifts and lowers the ice like a sleeping chest. Friction changes. The ice sheet slides a breath faster, then rests, then slides. The pattern repeats with the pulse of many lakes tying into a network. Modern instruments, satellites, GPS, radars, that see through ice like gentle lightning. Watch this hidden plumbing. They sketch corridors where no person can crawl and trace breaths where no lungs exist. The map they draw feels strangely familiar. Here a channel finds a basin, there a roof bows and breaks. Floods jet, corridors braid, scars deepen. Are we watching younger versions of very old stories? Yes, the details differ. The grammar is the same. Now fly south in your mind to Antarctica. The air snaps like glass. The surface looks still as bone. But under thousands of meters of ice, water moves. Lakes sleep in the dark. Lake Willens, Lake Dus, Vostok, black rooms pressurized and clean, roofed by ice, floored by ancient rock. Some drain and fill on a schedule that would make any clock proud. They send pulses through subglacial rivers that never see day. The sheet above flexes a few centimeters, a soft nod you can measure from space. In places, the ice deep below sticks, then slips, then sticks again. Ice streams that slide faster than the fields around them, like secret highways. Even the oldest ice speaks an active language. On blue ice fields near the mountains, katabatic winds polish the surface until it shines. Ancient bubbles come to light as the skin ablates. Meteorites, dark and surprised, pile where the wind herds them. Here, too, you can read echoes. Blue ice is a memory tablet. Wind is the scribe. The lines are thin but true. More dust in one century than the next. More volcanic ash in a year no one remembers. Tiny shifts in chemistry that tell of sea salt and storms. You begin to realize that ice is not silence. It is a choir singing slow. The tools we carry sharpen the ear. Laser altimeters blink from orbit and report surface height changes to the thickness of a book. Radar pings the bed and returns the shape of buried valleys. Gravimeters feel hollows we cannot touch. GPS catches ice sheets shiver under summer lakes as if they were resting beasts dreaming of rivers. We see today's glaciers carve gullies in mere years that look very much like the stone-cut canyons older floods left behind. The scale is smaller. The choreography is familiar. There is room for wonder and caution. Today's warmth is not the great unfreezing of Snowball Earth. The continents are different. The air is different. The sun is a hair brighter. But patterns, rhyming across ages, help us read the present without panic and the past without romance. Supraglacial lakes teach us how water organizes speed. Subglacial rivers show how pressure and heat can keep motion alive under thick roofs. Ice streams tell us that even cold, heavy blankets have seams that find the path of least resistance. Fringe ideas press their faces to the glass and ask to be heard. Some imagine hidden ecosystems in subglacial lakes, microbes fueled by rock-water chemistry, writing tiny poems in the dark. Some suggest there are more corridors than we think, thin as paper, linking lakes across whole basins like veins without names. Others wonder if a single melt pulse, timed with tides and storms, can reorganize sliding for a season. In all this the theme returns. Small features, timed just so, awaken large motion, stand again above a Greenland moulin. Listen to the throat sigh. It is the same sigh carved in ancient tills now turned to stone. Stand on a blue ice field and let the wind push your coat. It is the same wind that once striped Snowball's white with tan. Put your palm on a radar screen that shows a river under a desert of ice. It is the same river the planet drew under a lid no eye could see. Modern ice speaks an ancient language. The lines it writes are shorter, but the verbs are shared. Crack, pour, grind, lift, pause, run. When we read these verbs aloud, we hear an older voice behind them, the voice that told our ancestors stories by fire, of floods that arrived like weeks poured into hours, of winters that did not let go, of seas that walked inland until the stars seemed closer. Myths carry pale echoes of deep time. Perhaps they traveled farther than we think. Modern ice speaks an ancient language. Picture a ring of faces around a low fire. Night hangs just beyond the circle, patient and absolute. An elder lifts a hand and begins a story that came from a mouth 200 winters before. In the tale, the sky forgets the sun. Snow falls in waves. The animals wander with ice in their whiskers. Rivers stop, then return, then stop again. People build houses from bones and skin. They listen for creaks inside the white. When the white finally breaks, the sea rises and eats the trees where children once climbed. The elder's voice softens. We moved, they say. We watched the sea, learn our footsteps. Do human myths carry pale shadows of deep time? We cannot prove it with the precision of a lab, but the shapes are familiar. In the north, the Norse spoke of Fimble winter, a great winter before an ending, 3 seasons without summer. On Pacific coasts, there are stories of thunderbirds and floods, of villages moved uphill because the water kept walking. In Australia, elders sing of coastlines that once lay farther out, of islands that were hills before the sea grew curious. In the drowned shallows of the North Sea, Doggerland by our maps, you can imagine fires by reed beds while waves crept closer year by year. Story remembers what the stone confirms. Flood myths bloom everywhere. Some tie to local rivers that break their banks with a cold honesty. Some may echo glacial lakes that let go, Jökullaups that tore valleys in hours. The language is lyrical, but the bones are geological. Water waits, then moves all at once. Winter myths, too, feel like memory warmed by breath. They speak of long nights and hungry moons. They teach storage and patience and the skill of reading ice. When it will hold, when it will lie. Some myths tell of a white bear larger than any bear, of cat-footed winds that erase a village's path in a night, of white horizons that swallow voices. They are warnings and lullabies both. There are stories of the sun dimming behind veils, of a sky that turned red and did not smile for years. Volcanic winters leave those kinds of notes in human diaries. A far eruption can lace the air with mirrors that turn noon to late afternoon for summers. Crops fail, people move, songs get heavier. You can hear the same rhythm, fast haze, slow breath. Inside the deep past, when volcanoes wrote the chapters in the Snowball book. The details differ. The feeling rhymes. Fringe whispers wander this circle, too. Some claim that survivors of a lost shore carried maps in memory, that temple walls trace coastlines no boat now can find. Some read constellations as ancient waypoints for a world with more ice or less. Some imagine a secret school of winter, where elders taught children how to carve shelters from the ribs of giants. Whether those ribs belonged to whale or mammoth is not the point. The point is that story keeps tools alive longer than hands. What strikes you as you listen is how often the tales refuse neat endings. The world does not break and then stitch back exactly as before. It changes, and people change with it. They find new bays. They fish in new waters. They pick up seeds from old fields and tuck them into warmer soil. They pack a word that once meant home and give it to a different hill. The myth does not pretend nothing was lost. It says, we carried what we could, and some of that was each other. In the myths of endless winter, you can also hear a kind of prayer for rhythm. Let the seasons return. Let the sun keep its appointment. Let the river freeze and thaw on schedule so we know when to hunt. People are pattern-reading animals. In a world ruled by long breaths, we make smaller breaths to fit inside them. We tell children about the first snow and the last storm. We light fires at the same time each year so the sky knows we are watching. Now, picture a different circle, the kind that glows with headlamps and snow blowing sideways. A team drills into ice so old it forgot the taste of rain. A cylinder of frost rises from the dark. Inside it, tiny bubbles shine like stars. They hold air from winters no story remembers. The elder by the fire gave us a shape. The bubbles will give us numbers. Together, shape and number make a truth we can live with. Change is the rule, patience is the tool, and memory travels farther than we think, across tongues, across stone, across time. The legend ends with the elder pressing a palm to the ground. Listen, they say. It speaks. The team at the drill head presses a glove to a core. Listen, they say. It sings. Different words, same humility. The next chapter will open the letters inside those bubbles and read them aloud. They are not quiet. They are crowded with stories. Memory travels farther than we think. Imagine a night so clear that stars sound like bells. Now imagine bringing that sky inside a cylinder of ice. A drill whirs. Chips flit in the beam of a headlamp like silver moths. The winch complains softly as it lifts the barrel from a darkness that tastes like time. Hands in warm gloves ease the core onto a table. It looks like glass, but it is something more precious. A book of winters, bound in blue. Inside, tiny spheres sparkle. They are bubbles. Air locked away when snow fell, pressed gentle, then hard, then harder still, until the spaces between crystals shrank and sealed. Each bubble is a sealed whisper, breath from a world that does not exist anymore. What does trapped breath say about a frozen earth? Press a needle into a bubble, and it sighs. Measure that sigh, and you meet old air in numbers. There is carbon dioxide, the long, slow blanket of heat. There is methane, the quick spark. There is nitrous oxide, quiet but present. There are noble gases that keep secrets about temperature and pressure when they were trapped. There is the fingerprint of oxygen and hydrogen isotopes, heavy and light, telling you how cold the cloud was when it let go, how far the snowflake traveled, how much the air could hold. Numbers hum, climates answer. Slice the core thin and hold it to light. Dust freckles glow. In one layer there is more. A pulse of ash from a volcano you can name if the layer is young enough. A rind of acid that says, this was the year the sky wore mirrors. Farther down, the dust switches character, grains from deserts that woke when ice pulled back. Sea salt crusts that tell of strong winds whipping open water, pollen in younger, cores whispering of forests walking north and south. You are reading weather on pages that do not curl, a calendar laid flat for thousands of years. Cores carry moods. The top is snow with wide pores, air breathing in and out, mixing with today. Deeper, pores pinch, bubbles close, and each layer keeps its own breath. Deeper still, time presses the page. Bubbles squeeze and, in some cores, begin to form threads and pockets, old air merging like letters in a script that flows. Scientists learn to read these changes with care. They calibrate. They compare cores from different domes and coasts, from Greenland and Antarctica, and stitch their stories into a cloth wide enough to wrap an age. Inside the cloth are rhythms you can hear, without sound. Sawtooth cycles of ice ages and interglacials, long slides into cold, quick climbs into warm, repeat like a melody. The rises of carbon dioxide line up with warmth. The drops meet cold. Methane pulses sync with wetlands breathing and monsoons moving. Volcanic spikes mark years when summers sulked. Dust grows noisy when the world dries. In the oldest parts of the cores, signals soften, bubbles thread, and numbers blur. But even there, the hum remains. Change does not sleep. You might ask, do these letters remember Snowball Earth itself? The cores we can drill today do not reach that far. Their oldest breaths are young compared to Neoproterozoic winters. But the method teaches us how to listen. When we read the ancient rocks that hold no bubbles, we know what to look for. Isotopes singing high or low, dust laying thick or thin, chemical ratios that tell of seas closed or open, limestone dropped in a rush. Ice cores are the master class. The older stones are the exam, and the answers rhyme. There are fringe hopes, soft and brave. Some dream of ice hidden in places no one has sampled yet. Old blue locked in mountain shadows, holding a bit of air older than any we have met. Some imagine bubbles caught in stalagmites as tiny visitors from cold ages, messages trapped in stone rain. Others listen not to bubbles, but to trapped brines in salt crystals, to see if there is a way to taste an ocean that is gone. Whether those hopes hold or not, they share an idea. Earth keeps diaries everywhere, if you learn where to look and how to read. Back at the drill, a storm rises. Snow crosses the lights sideways. The core box slides into a dark room where the whole air is warmer than outside, but still cold enough to make your breath visible. Someone laughs. Someone pours tea. On a clipboard, a line is drawn. Depth, length, clarity, oddities, tiny feather, black fleck. The careful notes add up to trust. When the cores ship to labs, when needles meet bubbles, when numbers hum on screens, the trust keeps the music honest. What do the bubbles tell us about now? That carbon dioxide has climbed higher, faster than in any upswing those cylinders remember. That methane danced upward, paused, and jumped again. That dust pulses when continents dry. That volcanic veils came and went, but the gas blankets endured. That warmth and cold have always traded places, until we put a thumb on the scale and held it down. The lesson is not panic. It is proportion. In a choir that sings in centuries, our note arrived in decades. It rings loud because it is near and quick. Hold a thin slice of core up to your ear. You hear nothing and everything. You hear the breath of animals that lived when that snow fell. You hear fires that raged, then slept. You hear oceans groaning under wind. You hear silence, which is not the absence of sound, but the presence of time. No myth can give you these numbers. No number can give you the warmth of a fire and the weight of an elder's palm on the earth. Together, they make a story worth staying awake for, and gentle enough to dream to. Numbers hum, climates answer, and as the drill lowers again into the deep, as the next cylinder rises with its stars inside, you can feel the shape of the tail, a planet that breathes in bright and dark, that learns by bending, that remembers in ice and in ink and in song. The rest we write with our own breath, slow, careful, and kind. Imagine a world that outshines itself. From space, it is a lantern of ice. Too bright to warm, too pure to soften. Sunlight strikes the white and slips away, as if the planet is shy of the heat that would save it. Then, after ages of glittering refusal, the same world exhales in a rush and grows suddenly warm. Rivers cut new notes into stone. Clouds thicken. Green remembers its color. A globe, once too bright, then suddenly too warm. That is the riddle of the mirror planet, and it is whispering to you now. What does Snowball Earth teach about tipping points today? Start with the mirror. Fresh snow is a perfect shield. It throws most light back into space. The more white you make, the colder you get. The colder you get, the more white you make. A small push becomes a slide. This is albedo feedback, the planet's brightness teaching the planet to brighten. That's a tipping point, a place on the path where the path steepens under your feet. Walk past it, and you go faster without trying. Walk back, and you may not return to the same ground. The slope has changed. Hysteresis, the scientists call it. The world remembers which way you came. Snowball Earth is an old mirror, but it reflects now. Sea, ice in the far north and far south, does more than decorate maps. It is a set of light switches. Turn them off and dark water drinks sun. Turn them on and pale skin deflects noon. Forests and deserts hold switches too. A green canopy stabilizes rain, dims glare, and feeds clouds that temper heat. A bare, bright plain invites swings, dust, and mirrors. Even cities add small mirrors, roofs, glass, pale pavements that talk to the air above them in a language of degrees. When many small switches flick in the same direction, the room's temperature changes faster than you expect. The mirror has enemies and accomplices. Dust on snow makes black snow, and black snow eats sunlight. Soot from fires bows the mirror and lets heat in. Volcanic ash can brighten or darken, cool for a season or seed clouds that later warm. Its trick is timing. Methane rises quick and bright, then fades into carbon dioxide and water, handing its heat to a slower blanket. Carbon dioxide itself speaks gently, but stays for long conversations. It is the soft voice that never leaves the room. In Snowball times, volcanoes kept talking while weathering slept. The gas piled up until warm won. Today, weathering still, answers slow and polite, but we have given the sky a sudden shout. The thermostat hears us. It will take its time to reply. Listen to the long machine beneath the drama, continents as thermostats. When mountains lift into rain, carbon washes to sea and locks in stone. When fresh basalt lies in wet heat, it drinks CO2 like a thirsty road. When land sits dry and cold, the drawers close, and the sky keeps what volcanoes and fires lend it. These are the largest wheels. They turn slowly, but slow wheels set the table. Fast hands only rearrange the plates. Snowball Earth reminds us that the largest wheels do not stop when the room panics or cheers. They keep time below the music. And life? Life is a patient engineer. Under white lids, microbes found winter rooms, vents, brines, cracks that traded chemistry in the dark. Under blue skies, algae climbed light and wrote oxygen into water. When the thaw came, the stage already held the props, genes for shape, tricks for breathing, tools for building shells. Crisis pruned, plenty tried. The chorus rose. The lesson is not that disaster makes beauty. The lesson is that memory turns stress into skill. Systems that bend and learn endure. There are fringe shadows around the mirror that we mention not to worship, but to understand the appetite of questions. Some say a methane haze once dimmed tropical sun, lowering heat enough for white to bite, then vanished when oxygen grew. Others imagine cosmic dust veils, faint drifts that cooled the day and sharpened the night. A few speak of the moon's slow stroll outward, changing tides and mixing, favoring open seams in an otherwise sealed sea. These are soft sketches at the edge of the canvas. The center remains. Brightness feeds cold, blankets feed warmth. Timing ties them. What is the quiet warning hand the past lifts toward us? It is not a wagging finger. It is an open palm that shows how thresholds behave. Ice at the equator did not require a violent shove. It needed a gentle nudge applied in rhythm with the planet's own steps. A little less summer, a little more mirror, a little more trap for heat, a little less pull down by rain. And the balance tipped. The exit was fast, too. Gas rose, dust darkened white, ponds linked, rivers roared, and albedo fell in a cascade. The way in was different from the way out. The map of return did not match the map of departure. Today's thresholds are smaller and closer. A current might slow, and with it, winters deepen along one coast, while summers sharpen along another. A forest might thin into a savanna that reflects more light, but carries less rain. Permafrost might blink and breathe, adding quick notes of methane to the longer CO2 song. A sheet of ice might slide because surface lakes found a seam, and the seam found the bed. None of these by themselves redraws the planet, but the clocks couple. The notes harmonize. A system leans. In this lantern light, we keep two truths in the same hand. First, the planet knows how to recover across ages. It has left white behind and found green again more than once. Second, the path it takes to recover is not the path we would choose if we were small and quick. We live in decades, the slow. Wheels care for centuries. Snowball Earth is a letter from the deep past saying both, be calm and be careful. Calm because Earth's resilience is older than fear. Careful because resilience walks on timescales that do not match our own. Imagine a future listener lying awake, hearing a story about us. They will not need us to be perfect. They will want us to be attentive, to watch the mirrors, to mind the blankets, to keep dust away from white, to let forests hold their rain. to let rivers carry dissolved stone to the sea. They will hope we learned from a world that froze by being too bright and thawed by being too patient. They will hope we understood that tipping points are not thunderclaps, but recipes. The mirror planet has put away its white mask, but pieces of it remain, in glaciers that crack like old bells, in deserts that carry the memory of dust on wind, in the timing of monsoons that drift like slow drums. If you wake at night and step outside, the sky over you is the same that shone on a snowball world. The stars do not change their minds. They look down and wait for balance. The past does not shout. It lifts a quiet warning hand and a quiet promise too. If you learn the rhythm, you can dance without falling. Carry that rhythm softly now as we dim the lights of this story and let the world exhale. We will back away from the white and let the globe fade into the night it survived. The question lingers like a lullaby. If life endured that winter, what can it endure next? The past lifts a quiet warning hand. Picture the planet turning below you, a slow pearl in a sleeve of dark. At first it is blinding, a sphere of glass crushed into snow. Edges glow like the rim of a lamp. Then, as you drift outward, the shine eases. The continents soften. The lid of ice becomes a pale memory of itself, like breath fading from a window. Starlight gathers where glare once reigned. We back away into night, and the world grows gentle in our eyes. Listen to the hush. Even in thaw, snow keeps its quiet. On lonely plains, blue caves still breathe and boom, cathedrals falling one soft thunder at a time. At the coasts, tide threads through new rooms, learning where to curl and where to rest. In deep bays, dark water carries iron lifted from rock, feeding small makers that tint the surface green. Above them, winds that once carved dunes on ice now comb grass on hills. The planet is not loud, it is content to hum. If life endured that winter, what can it endure next? The answer is not bravado, it is humility. Life endured by learning to become small when the world became large and hard, by sharing heat in hot springs, by writing patience into cells that wait for light, like seeds wait for spring. Later, when doors opened, life grew bolder, but even then it kept the old skills. Leaves still curl in drought. Fish still find cold tongues in warm seas. Birds still draw maps in their blood of coasts that move slowly. The endurance you admire is not defiance. It is listening. You and I are listeners, too. Picture yourself lying on your back on a quiet floor. The night outside is patient. Your breath is a tide. Inhale, and mountains rise in your mind, lifting rock into rain so the sky can lay carbon safely in stone. Exhale, and volcanoes send soft heat to air, the old cycle turning one more notch. Inhale, and ice brightens, line by line. Exhale, and ponds link, rivers run, mirrors dim. Between these breaths, there is a pause. Hold it. Feel how the world pauses too, before it changes its mind. That hold is not empty. It is full of decision. Now walk slowly through the rooms we have visited. The mirror trap, where brightness is a blade. The equator of ice, where dunes froze under a sun that could not help. The subglacial rivers, where darkness learned to flow. The vents, where chimneys glowed under black water and wrote life into winter. The cap carbonates, draped like sheets over scars. The meltwater cathedrals, where ceilings fell into music. The seas that rise to remember, swallowing old valleys and building new coasts. The bubbles, letters from ancient air. Each room is still here in a softer key. Albedo in a cloud, dust on a drift, a river beneath a modern sheet, a warm spring on a cold night, a limestone cliff touched by a tide. Fringe and myth walk with you, but they do not jostle. A haze that once dimmed sun, a cosmic dust veil, a giant bear behind a winter story, a flood that felt like a sky's decision. Whether each is literal or not, each keeps a corner of your mind open to surprise. That is the gift, not anxiety, but readiness. Readiness is a light you can carry through long hallways without waking anyone. Look again at the planet below as it becomes a coin, then a star, then a memory of a star. We think of endurance as teeth and muscle, as walls and roofs, but Snowball whispers a gentler recipe. Endurance is also timing, sharing, and noticing the first signs of change. A pond finding a seam, dust on a drift, a new bird on an old shore, a number in a bubble that hums higher than it used to. None of these is drama. Together they are a chorus clearing its throat. You may ask for a promise before you sleep. Here is the honest one. The future is not a copy of the past, but it rhymes. The clocks that pressed ice to the equator still tick, though their hands fall on new cities and new forests. The slow wheels still turn under us. The same laws that allowed white to spread and green to return will hold tomorrow. Within those laws, we will choose. We can keep snow bright, let forests sip rain, tread lightly on soils that drink carbon, build roofs that do not blind the sky, and tell stories that remember thresholds are real. We can be small in the right ways and brave in the right places. Let the stars come forward now. They do not blink for us. They burn with their own patience. But if you listen to them, you can hear the comfort inside their silence. Long lives thrive on steady rules. You are part of that steadiness tonight. Your breath slows. The world steadies with you. Rivers keep their secret errands. Winds sort their grains. Far under Antarctic ice, a black lake rises a hand's width and then settles. In Greenland, a new blue pond looks for a seam and does not find it. It will try again tomorrow. Carry the hush of ancient snow into sleep and into tomorrow. Carry the lesson that brightness without warmth is not safety, that warmth without balance is not kindness, that balance is a motion you practice. Carry the idea that crises are not only cliffs, they are also doors. Carry the smallest promise you can keep, to notice, to listen when stone speaks, when water decides, when air hums, when elders tell, when numbers sing. Now let your eyes close. The mirror planet dims to a thought, then a smile. The night is deep, but not empty. The chest of the world rises and falls. You breathe with it. Between one breath and the next, sleep arrives like the first snow, soft, quiet, and exactly on time.